to life, and to tell and make truth blossom, and to do good. Parashodasi, Meenakshi, in the form of Nithyananda, I came to bless every one of you. Literally, in that moment, you are seeing Devi Parashakti and Paramashiva. She is there in your screen. So always receive her very traditionally. As we are getting prepared for the darshans, you can always keep the 2 betel leaf, the banana and the betel nut, and the traditional coin in front of the screen. And just watch Devi. The coin is actually considered to be a traditional dakshina. In the Hindu tradition, it can be the lowest value, and it can even be 1 paise. In the USA, it can even be a 1 penny or 1 cent. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is not trying to monetize in any way. It's just a tradition, and you can keep even 1 cent. And once you have a substantial amount, you can offer that, and you can send it to Kailasa in Los Angeles. But this is a part of the tradition and the of Tambulam, and you can keep the offer the Tambulam to Devi after the darshan is over. You can have the banana, the betel leaf, and the betel nut as prasadam immediately. And you can collect the coins and send it to the Kailasa in Los Angeles. The betel leaf, the betel nut may look too small, but in a few days you will see how much it adds to the sentiment that really she is there. You will not take the Devi darshan for granted. And rituals will break your monotonous, unconscious mentality and lifestyle and remind you, raise you to the powerful cognition. It will break your unconscious behavior. And now you can see the different items that you need for the tambulam. You can try to get these in a store near you, an Indian store, which you might need to go to in order to locate these items, especially the betel nut and the betel leaf. They're not quite Western items. And as well, you can always set up in as the plate shows, and the optional items here are flowers and coconut, and as well, if you'd like to, you can arrange for glass bangles and a vastram being offered as well. So these are the different ways that you can just offer your love. It's simple love in Sanatana Hindu Dharma. That is what the whole offerings are about. That's what the whole science of ritual is about. Simple, pure love for the divine and love for all beings, love for life itself. So it's a very, very beautiful tradition, and you can offer this as your and take part of this tradition and become a part of the worldwide celebration that happens in Kailasa during the Baba Samadhi Darshans. Now we're going to be entering into the next segment of today's program, which is where we will delve into the Akashic readings of Devi Parashakti. Devi Parashakti has accessed, well, of course, as a divine cosmic being, she is able to literally rewrite, design our past, present, and future. And she's able to simply correct anything, align us in the course of our lives, and make happen whatever we need in our life. And she does this not only for individuals, but also humanity at large. In fact, there's a beautiful verse from the Guru Paduka Stotram by Sri Adi Shankaracharya. Adi Shankaracharya was an incarnation who lived around 2,000 years ago, in around 0 AD. And at that time, Adi Shankaracharya had written the Guru Paduka Stotram on his own beloved Guru, in the remembrance of his own beloved Guru. And in that, there's a verse that sings about how the Guru Paduka is literally like the is literally like the boat that sails us through the Ananta Samsara Samudra, meaning the endless, seemingly endless ocean of samsara or maya. And it is always so moving, touching to me how thousands of years ago, 2,000 years ago, a being was alive on planet Earth who could speak to exactly what each and every one of our sentiment might be right now. I'd love to just share that verse with each and every one of you who is watching, so we can all really enjoy this sentiment. Yes, we can go on to the next slide. Ananta samsara samudradara Naukayitavyam Sri Guru Bhakti Tavyam Vairagya Samrajada Pujanavyam Namo Namaha Sri Guru Padukavyam. The meaning of this verse, I'll just read out, means salutations to the sandals of my Guru, which is a boat which helps me cross the endless ocean of life, which endows me with a sense of devotion to my Guru, and by worship of which I attain the dominion of renunciation. This is the beauty of this verse. And again, it always shocks me that 2000 years ago, a normal being on planet Earth, of course, Sri Adi Shankaracharya was no normal being, but he was one among millions who had literally been able to speak to generations upon generations of souls who are going through the same thing. Many of us, every one of us feels the same kind of being burdened, stuck, being unable to navigate ourselves in this time, not sure what's the next step to take. And in that way, we feel that we are literally in an overwhelming ocean of suffering, and that is surrounding ourselves, and we don't know what's going to happen. Literally, as if we're stuck, stranded in a boat in the middle of the ocean. But the thing is that at this time, that when humanity is in such a huge turmoil, that the Supreme Pontificalism, the embodiment of Paramashiva for this millennium, the avatar of this age, is happening for each and every one of us out of his love and compassion, and having taken the spiritual responsibility for the superconscious breakthrough for the whole humanity. The Supreme Pontificalism is manifesting Devi Parashakti, the Cosmic Mother, and guiding and healing the whole world as literally the boat that sails us through this pralaya. Devi Parashakti herself is manifesting through the Nijavatara and answering every one of our prayers, granting boons, healing us, manifesting miracles, and removing all of our pain and suffering. Devi has not just attended to us individually, but also humanity at large. And she has guided the whole humanity in the form of revelations of profound sacred secrets of Sanatana Hindu Dharma, showing us the future regarding global issues, which is a COVID pandemic, natural disasters of fires and floods, and even twisted human conspiracies and underground wars that have not yet surfaced to the common knowledge as yet. But with the guidance of Devi Parashakti, in just a few hours, if maybe days, if maybe just a week after, what Devi Parashakti has revealed is always found to be true, found to be a warning that Devi Parashakti has given us to protect ourselves at this time. This segment, we will be elaborating on the statistical, the scriptural, the scientific references of each revelation, which has manifested precisely as the same guidance emerged from Devi Parashakti, for us to imbibe deeply and follow as Devi Parashakti continues to protect us until the storm abides and we are safely harbored at the shores of our consciousness. Today, we're going to be understanding one of Devi Parashakti's revelations, and today specifically on the sea levels rising. One of the greatest problems that humanity is facing right now that risks our entire future is global warming and climate change. And Devi Parashakti has given us warning on the sea levels rising in May of this year. Let's just see that video first.
ஓம் ஆண்ட்ரியாஸ் கல். மூன்றாம் உலகப் போரிலிருந்து தப்பிக்க எந்நாடு பாதுகாப்பென்று கேட்கின்றாய், கேட்டுக்கொள் சொல்வதை எல்லாம். மத்திய கிழக்கிலே போர், இந்தியாவில் கொரோனா கொடுந்தொற்று மற்றும் கடல் உயர் எழும்பல் எனும் மூன்றில் இருந்தும் காவல் கைலாசம் ஒன்றே வாழ்விற்கு அதுவே நன்றே முடிந்தால் வந்து சேர்ந்திடு. ஓம் ஓம்.
Yes, yes. What Devi Parashakti is perhaps very short, very brief revelation and answer. So, what Devi Parashakti revealed is perhaps a very short answer, very brief but succinct, powerful answer, a warning to each and every one of us to heed as we had gone through the whole summer of 2021. So let us watch that, let us now see that revelation match into English. Devi Parashakti had spoken in a very old Tamil. It's a very ancient form of the language of Tamil. So we're now just going to map it into English. It's not possible to translate it directly, but this is the best possible translation. Devi Parashakti revealed, you are asking which country is safe to escape from the Third World War. Listen to everything which is said. War in the Middle East, deadly corona in India, and rising sea levels. Protection from all these three is one and only Kailasa. Only it is good for life. If possible, come and reach. A very strong warning that Devi Parashakti has given us about the rising sea levels. In today's program, we're going to be seeing and dissecting this very problem, seeing how after Devi Parashakti had revealed this, she has given us a huge warning for what has happened after that across the world, and what millions of people are still undergoing the consequences. The biggest shock to humanity was that the day after, less than 24 hours, while answering the prayer, so the less than 24 hours after Devi Parashakti had warned about the sea levels rising and cascading effects of climate change crisis, the very next day, on the 20th of ever iceberg broke off the Antarctic shelf, which was 70 times the size of Manhattan, posing a huge threat to humanity, causing the sea levels to drastically rise. So let us now see the scientific articles about sea levels rising as per Devi's revelations. As you can see, this article here from ABC News, this is the first announcement of the world's largest iceberg breaking off the Antarctic shelf. And you can see that it is, in fact, news from the 20th of May, 2021. And it says that an enormous chunk of the ice bigger than the Rhode Island state of the United States has broken off the Antarctic ice shelf, according to the European Space Agency. The floating mass covers 1,600 miles, making it the largest iceberg in the world. And here you're seeing a graph of the global mean sea level. We're seeing all the way back to the 1800s, sorry, to the 1900s, until through 2300, and how the global mean sea level is projected to rise. And you can see how it is projected. It is accelerating in the rate of increasing, and as well, scientists use this representative concentration pathways to calculate the future projections based on near-term emission strategies and their expected outcomes in the future. So as you can see, they're very much expecting that the global mean sea level will rise and will continue to rise without abatement. And here we have an article from NASA, which is talking about the sea levels rising once again, and they're predicting that by 2100, the sea levels will rise 1 to 8 feet. And the sea level has risen as much as 6 to 8 inches since the start of the satellite record in 1993. And they also clearly state that the result of the added water is from the melting of land ice and expansion of seawater as it warms. And they also are saying that in the next several decades, they are foreseeing that the sea levels will continue to rise. Now, who does this affect mainly? In the United States, almost 40% of the population is living in coastal areas. And the coastal areas are relatively high population density because of the coasts and because of these areas, these particular cities, many people around the world are attracted to these cities in order to immigrate and in order to start a new life, especially having a new job and different kinds of opportunities in these areas. But because of this, so many people being in the coastal lines, being in these coastal cities means a lot less for the safety of human beings. Now, there's another effect of the sea level rising, which is nuisance flooding. Nuisance flooding is 300% to 900% more frequent in this day. So what is causing global sea level to rise? Global warming is the main reason and is causing global mean sea level to rise. And this happens in two ways. First is that glaciers and ice sheets worldwide are melting and adding water to the ocean. And second, that the volume of the ocean is expanding as water warms. A third, much smaller contributor to sea levels rising is the decline in the amount of liquid water. And you were just seeing the Purdison Glacier, which you saw in 1917 was a complete glacier full as huge as it was, and in 2005 it was literally gone. Has literally disappeared. The pace of the global sea level rise more than doubled from 1.4 millimeters per year throughout most of the 20th century to 3.6 per year from 2006 to 2015. So we're seeing that while for around 100 years, the global mean sea level was in the same level, and the rate of the ice melting was also in the same level. But just in the course of 10 years, from 2006 to 2015, the rate of the sea level rising, the rate of the ice melting has increased, has more than doubled, and is projected to rise even more. And now in August of this year, the UN also published a code red warning of worsening global warming and rising sea levels. They said that some harm from climate change, the dwindling ice sheets, the rising sea level, as they lose oxygen and become more acidic, is irreversible for centuries to millennia. They said that the world is literally, quote unquote, locked in to 15 to 30 centimeters or 6 to 12 inches of sea level rise by mid-century. The truth is that even if we significantly curb emissions in the coming decades, more than a third of the world's remaining glaciers will melt before the year 2100. When it comes to sea life, sea ice, 95% of the oldest and thickest ice in the Arctic is already gone. Now, there's a huge cascading effect of sea level rising as well, including one example shown here in the CNN, where it says that more than 150 people are still missing in the German floods, unlikely to be found. This is from July of this year, showing the effect of the German floods, the floods in Europe that literally ravaged so many cities, that left it completely inhabitable and completely as it completely destroyed infrastructure, destroyed roads, destroyed houses, and literally uprooting millions of their homes. Here we have more articles showing you from the different places the effects of the floods. In fact, it says here that Europe's deadly floods had left scientists stunned, and the climate crisis that made deadly German floods up to 9 times more likely. Now, Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, has given us, each and every one, profound solutions and has promised that in this day and age, especially as we are tackling climate change as a whole humanity, Hinduism does have the solution. And Hinduism has perhaps thousands of solutions in order to address and practically work on, practically live on this lifestyle and solve global warming. So now let's watch a video with the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism.
The human beings have become so distanced from the real life, are ready to explore things. We become so far away from, at least I can tell you from my experience, village boy. When I was 5 or 6, I opened all the alarm clocks in my house and I'll set it back, put it back. I don't see all that in the modern day kids. It's all about that stupid cell phone. Involvement with the reality has drastically reduced. Our whole life is nothing but the screen. Whether your love, your relationships, even your sex, everything is limited to that screen. Am I right? Almost. No, almost. Everything has been reduced to that screen. Involvement with the reality has drastically come down. It is so unfortunate, especially the food, the plastic food dumped into your system. See, all the things which you eat, none of them have life. They are all not grown from life. My guru used to tell, please walk without chappal or covering your feet. Whatever grows in that land, eat, because Mother Earth records when you walk without shoes what all the ingredients are missing in your body. She records what you need for your body, nutrients or vitamins, whatever. Whatever is missing in your body, she produces in that food which grows in that land. And eat that and live. It is too mind-boggling concept. I tell you, only after I started doing it, I realized you don't need any external medicine if you know to live with the nature. Mother Earth, Bhumata, walk on the earth without shoes. In that land, what grows will supply exactly what you need for your body. Looks too difficult to believe. But after I started doing that, I realized it. Your body does not need any other medicine, anything else. Actually, maybe 2 years before, due to these continuous classes, day and night, and in the night time, the web-based programs for the outside India, all these, my whole eating habits have gone chaos, and no question of rest. It became like a too much on the system. So I had some stomach issues. I remembered my guru telling this, walk on the earth and what grows eat. So I started walking without chappal for a few days. Suddenly I saw in my courtyard a new plant coming up. No seed, nothing, just coming up. I was wondering what is going on. How come suddenly, between the rocks, actually, between the rocks, new plant coming up. And one of the devotee Ayurvedic doctor, he said, Swamiji, if you can get this plant and add it in your food, your stomach will be completely healed. I said, where to get? When he walked into the courtyard, he said, this is the plant. This is the plant. Throughout the campus we searched, we did not find another one. Nobody knows from where the seed has come, from where the plant has come. Understand, it is not that just for me miraculously nature is doing. It is the nature's life. I was ready to play with it, so she showed the miracles to me. Anybody willing to play with her, she shows her miracles to you. Nature is miraculous. If you are ready to play, she shows it. She demonstrates her love, her care. If we go back to the food with life, our life also will start more interacting, more alive, more vibrant, more overflowing.
Yes, beautifully, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism explains to us how we, each and every one, can connect to Mother Earth and bring a super conscious breakthrough in ourselves and the whole humanity. And that civilization is a civilization that protects Mother Earth, that has so much of loving coexistence for all beings, no matter if it is an animal or no matter human or any kind of being. Now let us watch another video where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism speaks on ahimsa, the non-violence, and how ahimsa is a grand narrative of Hinduism.
We often believe that exacting revenge is a form of emotional release and that getting retribution will help us feel better. Especially this modern day cinema, entertainment industry, cult brainwashes you. The act of revenge as a way of gaining closure after a wrong is done. No! I tell you the truth, revenge has the opposite effect. Revenge is like a korangu sorinjikra mari, ari padangadu. Tamil, they say that monkey feeling itching and scratching itself is never going to settle down. Till that monkey dies, it will not settle down because it will create a wound and it will not keep quiet with that wound. That same wound it will scratch more and more. And it will be more infection, finally the monkey will die. Orangu sorinjikitadum, nama violence la vidaradum onnu. Understand? Mass media, cult, entertainment industry, TV and cinema, cult is brainwashing you, telling that revenge is heroism, violence is heroism. No, it is not. Non-violence is heroism. I tell you, in every level, non-violence as a strategy. Because you see, non-violence makes you realize more and more oneness. It strengthens the oneness. Oneness strengthens the non-violence and non-violence strengthens the oneness. You need to understand the context. Only then you will understand how this non-violence can be a successful strategy. If you miss one or two components and do it out of wrong context, it will become a mess. It will become a laziness and non-involvement. Laziness and non-involvement is not non-violence. Don't use non-violence brand and tag to justify your non-involvement and laziness. No. That's what Arjuna was trying to do in the Arjuna Vishada Yoga. He was telling Krishna, oh, why should I kill people? Why should I kill people? Let me go away and become a sannyasi. Oh, Dubukke. This fellow, when he went to do tapas in the forest also, he got married to a girl. Every time this fellow goes for tapas, whether he brings boons or not, he brings girls. Alright, no disrespect to Arjuna, is incarnation of Nara Narayana. So no disrespect to Arjuna. Non-violence should not be misconstrued or should not be used to portray your non-involvement and laziness, tiredness and boredom. Hinduism is actively enriched. World will become great place. Not only we are a non-violent tradition, we believe in consciousness. We have the science of consciousness, raising the quality of the humanity. We believe in it, we spread it, we live it. We be, live, believe. Let us all understand non-violence need to be actively lived, be lived, believed and actively enriched. Actively enriched. All I wanted all of you to know what Hindus miss, Sri Kailasa should do. Do Tyaga, to tell the world actively, enrich the world actively about Hinduism. Ahimsa paramo dharmaha. Ahimsa is the highest value as per Hinduism. Ahimsa paramo dharmaha. That is the grand narrative of Hinduism. Non-violence is the grand narrative of Hinduism. We need to tell that grand narrative to the whole world. Actively. Actively we need to tell that grand narrative to the whole world. Ahimsa paramo dharmaha. Tyaga, non-violence, unclutching, all these are not inactive, tamasic, inertia, lazy, tired, bored, withdrawn lifestyle. Non-violence means not only you will be non-violent, ahimsa, established in ahimsa, you will actively practice ahimsa and enrich everyone to live ahimsa. You will create an ecosystem where ahimsa can be practiced with integrity. Understand? All the infrastructures needed to keep the non-violence ahimsa alive. Media is the non-violent way of reaching out to people and telling the real truths and facts. Like media, education mechanisms, everything should be actively filled with the truths, ideas about non-violence, yaga, spiritual strength, powerful cognitions, all these great truths. Listen. Again and again and again, many are trying to harass me through the social media and all other way, saying that, oh, you are teaching constantly non-violence, ahimsa, peace. Don't you see you are making Hindus weaker and weaker? Understand? If Hindus listen to what I am saying sincerely, they will understand I am trying to make them really stronger. Understand? Strength is intelligent way of existing.
Yes. Beautifully, Swamiji also explains that the solution now for the ongoing global warming crisis that humanity is trying to tackle, that humanity is facing head on right now, without humanity's immediate action, we'll see the next future generation being suffering more than anything, more than we are currently all over the world. And it's at this time Swamiji has revealed the solution from Hinduism, where just a shift in the cognition, the ideology behind the civilization can bring so much more healing, so much more coexistence between Earth and us. Just one cognition, which we Hindus are all born with, that is inherent in our even blood, is the fact is of reincarnation. The fact that we will always have another birth, we will come back and we will can live thousands and thousands of years on planet Earth. The reincarnation of multiple births happening is a core cognition that allows us to understand, to feel that even if we are living here on planet Earth, we should preserve the planet Earth for future generations, for us to live on thousands and thousands of years, and for us to come back again and again and enjoy the life here on Earth. And for future generations, for all of us to live together happily and to enjoy the Mother Earth. So that's why we hold the context that we should all live in coexistence, that we should live and preserve the environment without the least amount of harm to the environment, and absolutely no harm done to the environment, the animals, the whole ecosystem that we are living with. While on the other hand, Western civilizations in the modern day are often taking up a cognition that we only have one birth. When we think that we only have one birth, then we limit our time here on planet Earth. We want to suck as many resources out of what we are getting as much as possible, and then we end up destroying so much more. We end up making it impossible for the future generations even to live on planet Earth. That is a basic mental setup. That is what we're going to experience despite anything, even if we change our actions. Even if we change our actions, if we do not change this fundamental cognition that we have, that we can live on planet Earth for thousands and thousands of years, and we ourselves will be living, then we will not be able to enjoy the planet Earth if we continue the global warming crisis, the climate change crisis as it is, without a solution. Sanatana Hindu Dharma has provided solutions for everything, and Swamiji has executed these in so many different ways. For example, earlier this year, for 2 reasons, Swamiji had announced that as a policy in Kailasas across the world, the sustainable organic agriculture should be allowed, should be happening everywhere in all Kailasas. And as much as possible, even if you are an individual living in a city, you should try to shift all of your groceries, your goods to the organic and to sustainable farming, meaning that you yourself are growing your food and you're also cooking and eating it. You're also harvesting and eating it. And this process is not just, it is a not just an environmental decision in being conscious of the environmental position that the whole global earth is in, but also it is a spiritual decision. So the living in coexistence and farming, doing this sustainable farming, agriculture is a spiritual practice that each and every Kailashian takes up with the guidance of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. In fact, in one of the discourses, Swamiji explains eloquently that the truths of the Upanishad, the truths of the sacred Hindu scriptures should be chewed while doing the agriculture and while literally doing this hard physical labor. And while we are in the ground, in with the earth, and harvesting the fruits of what we have sown. And when we do that, not only are we continuously chewing the great sacred truths inside of ourselves, but also the very flavor, the bioenergy and the biomemory of us while we are contemplating on these sacred truths is how we are treating the land, is literally how we are taking care, we are touching and tilling the land as well. So that sacred space is the best way that we can do agriculture even. So Swamiji gives this as a spiritual practice, and even during the pandemic last year, as there was warnings of food shortages across the world, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism made it a policy and executed a policy in order for Kailasas across the world to start gearing towards sustainable farming, more so than anything else, more so than buying products outside and using that for food. In fact, Adi Kailasa Sarvagyapitam has a sustainable farm in the land of Adi Kailasa Sarvagyapitam and grows all different types of vegetables and groceries, and even starting to even rice as well as different vegetables, fruits, and is big enough, large enough in order to sustain all of the Adi Navasis and even offer to the Nithyananda Paramashivam in the Nithyananda Paramashiva Devalayam. And this is the model ecosystem where literally the food that we are eating, the food that we are offering to Nithyananda Paramashiva is the food we are literally harvesting, we are tilling, we are sowing into the ground, we're growing ourselves. This whole process is a very unique spiritual process that is unique to Hinduism, and a way that Sanatana Hindu Dharma has made an example of how our civilization should be at this time. And not only that, in every single village in the ancient civilization had been self-sustainable. Even they will not even rely on the next village itself in order to have any kind of, in order to make sure that it is dependent on them in order for its own function and survival. Every single village would be self-sustainable. It would have all the components in order to ensure that the people of that village are surviving and thriving. So the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is actively working towards bringing these solutions of Sanatana Hindu Dharma to the whole world. And in this way, we have literally been able to experience how beneficial the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism solutions are for each and every one of us. And now we'll be moving on into the next segment of today's program and continue to deepen our connection with Devi Parashakti, with the various different offerings that you can make to Devi Parashakti, and as well seeing how we can connect deeply to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. I would like to take a few minutes to invite each and every one of you to subscribe, like in all the different social media platforms, and you can ensure that you are registering for your e-passport today as an e-Kailashian and become a part of Kailasa. And finally, if you feel that the revival the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is doing and the solutions that Sanatana Hindu Dharma has are right for the world, what Swamiji is doing as a foremost advocate for the revival of Kailasa, the Hindu nation, is the best thing that we can do to address global issues and to safeguard planet Earth at this time, then you can become a part of this revival. There's no greater joy than to take on the responsibility for the superconscious breakthrough and know, of course, that you are entirely guided and led by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, who has only shown success to the world, who has only brought success and ensured the revival of Kailasa for each and every one of us. You can become a part of the revival today. One, by again becoming a e-Kailashian. Register for your passport today. And as well, if you would like to, you can make a donation in any one of the different platforms as well. You can make it on the gateway, or you can make it on the YouTube super chat if you'd like to make a donation. Now we'll be moving on into the next segment of today's program and seeing some more of the revelations to the world by Devi Parashakti after a quick break.
Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. Just don't die within next 3 years. Be alive, somehow be alive. I'm working sincerely. I will reach you somehow. Somehow I will reach you. It's my commitment to humanity. Just don't die within next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. You manifesting the space, state, powers, being, Paramashivoham. It is possible, and it is possible for you. Paramashivoham will reach you with enlightenment science. I know he is going to do the job. Just be alive for next 3 years. Nothing else. Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. Just don't die within next 3 years. Be alive, somehow be alive. I'm working sincerely. I will reach you somehow. Somehow I will reach you. It's my commitment to humanity. Just don't die within next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. You manifesting the space, state, powers, being, Paramashivoham. It is possible, and it is possible for you. Paramashivoham will reach you with enlightenment science. I know he is going to do the job. Just be alive for next 3 years. Nothing else. Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. Just don't die within next 3 years. Be alive, somehow be alive. I'm working sincerely. I will reach you somehow. Somehow I will reach you. It's my commitment to humanity. Just don't die within next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. You manifesting the space, state, powers, being Paramashivoham. It is possible, and it is possible for you. Paramashivoham will reach you with enlightenment science. I know he is going to do the job. Just be alive for next 3 years. Nothing else. Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. Just don't die within next 3 years. Be alive, somehow be alive. I'm working sincerely. I will reach you somehow. Somehow I will reach you. It's my commitment to humanity. Just don't die within next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. You manifesting the space, state, powers, being Paramashivoham. It is possible, and it is possible for you. Paramashivoham will reach you with enlightenment science. I know he is going to do the job. Just be alive for next 3 years. Nothing else. Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. Just don't die within next 3 years. Be alive, somehow be alive. I'm working sincerely. I will reach you somehow. Somehow I will reach you. It's my commitment to humanity. Just don't die within next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. You manifesting the space, state, powers, being Paramashivoham. It is possible, and it is possible for you. Paramashivoham will reach you with enlightenment science. I know he is going to do the job. Just be alive for next 3 years. Nothing else. Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. Just don't die within next 3 years. Be alive, somehow be alive. I'm working sincerely. I will reach you somehow. Somehow I will reach you. It's my commitment to humanity. Just don't die within next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. You manifesting the space, state, powers, being, Paramashivoham. It is possible, and it is possible for you. Paramashivoham will reach you with enlightenment science. I know he is going to do the job. Just be alive for next 3 years. Nothing else. Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. Just don't die within next 3 years. Be alive, somehow be alive. I'm working sincerely. I will reach you somehow. Somehow I will reach you. It's my commitment to humanity. Just don't die within next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. You manifesting the space, state, powers, being, Paramashivoham. It is possible, and it is possible for you. Paramashivoham will reach you with enlightenment science. I know he is going to do the job. Just be alive for next 3 years. Nothing else. Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. Just don't die within next 3 years. Be alive, somehow be alive. I'm working sincerely. I will reach you somehow. Somehow I will reach you. It's my commitment to humanity. Just don't die within next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. You manifesting the space, state, powers, being, Paramashivoham. It is possible, and it is possible for you. Paramashivoham will reach you with enlightenment science. I know he is going to do the job. Just be alive for next 3 years. Nothing else. Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. Just don't die within next 3 years. Be alive, somehow be alive. I'm working sincerely. I will reach you somehow. Somehow I will reach you. It's my commitment to humanity. Just don't die within next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. You manifesting the space, state, powers, being Paramashivoham. It is possible, and it is possible for you. Paramashivoham will reach you with enlightenment science. I know he is going to do the job. Just be alive for next 3 years. Nothing else. Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. Just don't die within next 3 years. Be alive. Somehow be alive. I'm working sincerely.
Nithyananda, welcome back to all the viewers. Now we're going to be entering into the next segment of today's program and understanding the ways that you can connect to Devi Parashakti through the Devi Bhava Samadhi Darshan, and how you can make offerings in order to connect deeply with Devi Parashakti. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism beautifully explains gratitude in the book called Guaranteed Solutions, one of the earliest books of knowledge that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has given on the world on how to tackle your basic emotions and have solutions for your life. And in this book, Swamiji beautifully explains gratitude and how we can manifest living gratitude as an inner quality, as a quality that comes from inside of us, rather than a social moral that we follow that is disciplined outside of us and trying to keep up with the social moralities. Now, Swamiji beautifully gives an example of how everything in our lives has become about asking. In fact, Swamiji says one story where a king had gone to his first prayer of the day, and he had gone to the court and he was praying there. And after he does his prayers, he had gone to give all of the people who had come different alms. So usually the people will come, the subjects of the kingdom will come, they will ask questions and they will be addressed by the king. And on this particular day, a beggar had come, and the beggar was there. He was standing in the very corner, and he looked very unimpressed. He was not completely humble and obedient to the king as other people were. But this beggar looked a little bit unimpressed. He was not very convinced by the king. And after the whole event, the king asked this beggar. He called him and he had asked him, what's going on? Why did you not come in order to ask for alms or ask me for anything? And the beggar said, look, I've been all over the world. I have been traveling all over this nation and traveling continuously. And even though I'm a beggar, I have been all over and I have begged in different places. And I'm always searching for alms. I'm always begging for alms. But when I came, the first thing I saw is that you yourself are begging for alms. And he meant that you yourself are begging God for having more richness in your life, for protecting you. So he was doubting why he has to go all the way to the king in order to see somebody who does the same thing that he does. Understand that even our relationship with God has become like this, has become simply begging and having that mood of desperation. And even our prayers are asking for more and more, never out of gratitude. We always are continuously asking. We're trying to think of what's next. And we don't ever spend time in appreciating the qualities inside of us. And appreciating what we have been given, appreciating every single power that we inherently have. And Swamiji beautifully explains there's two types of thought currents that everyone has. One is the thought current of praying, of asking for next, what next, and what I can ask for next, what I can demand for next. And the other attitude, the other thought current is the thought current of gratitude, simply and existentially being in gratitude. And religions which base prayers, which base rituals out of gratitude, are always religions that give you a basis for transformation, are gearing you towards a superconscious breakthrough. If you're continuously asking, you will be stuck in a vicious cycle. But in gratitude only, you can literally jump off of that. Use that as your jumping board into experiencing more and more gratitude and ultimately oneness with the divine. That is the context behind every single ritual in Sanatana Hindu Dharma. And not only that, the offerings bring completion to every single aspect of you. So now let's see a couple of aspects that these offerings will complete inside of you. Beginning with understanding the deeper understandings of the masculine and feminine energies in us. The masculine and feminine energies in all of us exist, whether you are female or male. You will have an inherent part of you that is masculine energy and an inherent part of you that is feminine energy. And when the sacred feminine is awakened, that is what we call as enlightenment. Swamiji beautifully says that it's awakening of the sacred feminine energy that is actually enlightenment, even if you are in a female body. And Swamiji explains that literally in every single being, when the feminine energy is awakened and that divine enlightenment energy is awakened, the man or the masculine energy becomes more of a leader, and the female always becomes more of like Devi, expressing the powers of Paramashiva. And you'll be able to see a little bit more about the completion that happens just from making one of these offerings now in this next segment. The completion also happens with 5 different aspects of you, which is the Pitrus, the Kula Devatas, the parents and ancestors, the completion with the nature, completion with the Guru, and completion with the environment, with the whole ecosystem. So all of these are 5 different aspects of completion that must happen inside of you. Sorry for the technical glitch. We'll be entering into the offerings segment and now understanding the different offerings. Before that, I'd like to invite each and every one of the viewers who are joining with us now to follow us on social media. You can go to the social media handles that are provided in the left-hand corner of your screen on Facebook, on Instagram, Twitter, YouTube, and other platforms. And you can join us, you can follow, you can ensure that you are getting the notifications every single day for when is the live satsang, when is the darshans, when are the grand events. On December 18th, we are grandly beginning the Jayanti celebrations, which are going to be happening on December 28th. And this celebration is celebrating the happening of the avatar on planet Earth. So this year, in the next coming weeks, throughout December and January, through this 21-day festival, we are going to be having so much festivities and a calendar which is fully packed for each and every one of us to celebrate the happening of the avatar for 45 years on planet Earth, celebrating that Swamiji has been with us for 45 years here and hundreds of years more. And each and every one of us can have the opportunity to also offer the Pratyaksha Pada Puja on the Jayanti day. Once again, Jayanti day is on December 28th this year. So make your plans to make sure that you are offering for Swamiji's 45th Jayanti, the Pratyaksha Pada Puja. This is a very special occasion to offer the Pratyaksha Pada Puja offer your gratitude to Swamiji for having been with us, for reviving Kailasa, for taking care of us entirely on this very day. And especially during these times where Swamiji has literally expanded the services of Kailasa in every direction, making Kailasa happen where you are, where you would like to be. Yes, sorry for the technical glitch. We'll be right back with you after a quick break. Looks like we're having a couple of glitches that is going on. Extremely sorry for the inconvenience to all of the viewers. Once again, I can invite you to take a few minutes right now and go ahead and explore Kailasa and the various different social media platforms. You can go to our Facebook page, Kailasa's official Facebook page, as well as the official Facebook page of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And daily there are different posts, different news, different messages from Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, which you can enjoy. You can ensure that you don't miss any live event. And we've heard so many beautiful stories, beautiful experiences of devotees where they might have had a huge, they might have had an extremely long day. They might have had an exhausting day. They might have been stuck in traffic. They might have had meetings. They might have had a few arguments at workplace or even at home. And they might have been feeling extremely desolate and not feeling hope for their life at that moment. So at that time, it is then that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, exactly at that moment, somehow Swamiji will announce the live satsang or the live darshan, and they'll be able to simply uplift themselves, simply transform their lives in every means in just that moment, just because they had connected and just because they wanted to have a transformation. Swamiji literally reached out and ensured that they're coming back, they're connected and uplifted. And this divine spiritual connection is available for each and every one of you through this platform. So once again, you can get connected and follow on Facebook or Instagram, YouTube, Twitter, and be able to be enriched continuously by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and his teachings. You can also visit nithyanandapedia.org, which has a day-by-day account of the immense amount of work the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has done towards each and every one of our superconscious breakthrough, and ensuring that each and every one of us somehow Kailasa and its contributions to the world can reach us wherever we are. So once again, you can ensure that you are following in the different social media platforms. And also, I'd love to be able to interact with each and every one of you and see how many viewers are out there and who is watching. You can comment on this video and tell us how excited you are for Jayanti coming up. What are the different plans that you have for Jayanti? No matter where you are, you can always celebrate, and you can offer your gratitude to Swamiji for having made his advent for 45 years, which is what we are celebrating this upcoming term. So we'll be right back with you after a quick break and be continuing in today's program.
Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. Just don't die within next 3 years. Be alive. Somehow be alive. I'm working sincerely. I will reach you somehow. Somehow I will reach you. It's my commitment to humanity. Just don't die within next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. You manifesting the space, state, powers, being Paramashivoham. It is possible, and it is possible for you. Paramashivoham will reach you with enlightenment science. I know he is going to do the job. Just be alive for next 3 years. Nothing else. Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. Just don't die within next 3 years. Be alive. Somehow be alive. I'm working sincerely. I will reach you somehow. Somehow I will reach you. It's my commitment to humanity.
Yes. Let's now get started with the Devi Bhava Samadhi Darshan offerings that you can make. The masculine and feminine both consciousness have to be expressed equally by every human being until enlightened. Until enlightenment, only the masculine dimension expresses more than the feminine dimension, irrespective of the male and female bodies. And every human being has to complete with these 5 dimensions to achieve enlightenment. That is the Pitrus, the Kula Devatas, parents, nature, and the Guru. Now, incompletions are life negative and adharmic cognitions in the 5 dimensions, which leads to misconstrued karana and karya, the cause and effect, further leading to suffering and pain and calamities in the individual's life as well as the global life. And being sensitive is being aware and gratitude to life. Everything from the air we breathe, the place that you sit, the energy to feel that you exist, the energy to celebrate that you exist, everything is being in gratitude to life. And these offerings are an expression of gratitude. In fact, there's 43 energies which constitute our human body. When all 43 are integrated to Dharma, one becomes enlightened. Dharma, the cosmic motherly completion and sensitivity from the level of Panchabhutas, is the core principle of the cosmos. Awakening the sacred feminine is the key to enlightenment. And when awakened, the man expresses the sacred feminine consciousness. He becomes a great revered leader. When awakened, a woman expresses the sacred feminine consciousness. She becomes Devi, the cosmic mother expressing powers. And the conscious sovereignty is the key to awaken the sacred feminine consciousness. Out of millions of paths, the easiest and sweetest, most beautiful path to enlightenment is connecting with the cosmos as mother, Devi Parashakti, the cosmic feminine consciousness. She is the one who expresses as the Guru all gods, all the manifestations in the universe. She can straight away deliver enlightenment by connecting through the cosmic umbilical cord. And the offerings is not to benefit the divine, but to close our gap with the divine consciousness. When we achieve completion with the Divine Mother, her infinite power with her sweet grace starts nourishing all our dimensions through the cosmic umbilical cord. And there is nothing too small or too big one can offer to connect with the Divine Mother. It has to be from the space of love of a child looking at a mother and handing her what it has to share with her out of deep love and gratitude. It can be a cup of milk or flour, or it can be a precious jewel to adorn her smiling face or hair. Vedic rishis have clearly stated the techniques to connect with the sacred feminine consciousness, to awaken the same qualities in us. And one can connect with Paramashiva through oneness, but the divine cosmic mother is only by worshipping her feet with devotion. And mother worship is the most non-violent, peace-centered, healing, soothing, and sweetest path to enlightenment among all the traditions on planet Earth. Worshipping includes contemplating, meditating through sacred offerings of mantras and oblations at her feet. So why the divine feminine? Because she is ultimate. And there's a very profound verse from the Devi Suktam where Devi Parashakti declares her oneness, her as the source of all of the embodiments of the universe. We can go on to the next one. She says, I walk as the 11 Rudras, I walk as the Vasus, I walk as Vishnu and other Adityas, and all divine forms, the Vishvadevas, assuming the form of the inner self of all gods. I hold aloft Mitra and Varuna, even as Indra and Agni I do, and the Ashwin twins too. She continues, Ekadash Rudras, Maharudra, Ashtavasus, Dvadashadityas, Vishwadevata, all of them are in my retinue. I move around in my various forms with them as in my retinue. I will protect all of them, including Mitra, Varuna, Indra, Agni, and the Ashwini Devatas. Devi declares herself as the inner self of all gods, the divine energies. She is pervading and all permeating. So now let us begin the offerings to Devi Parashakti that we can make. These are very, very precious offerings that you can do just to deepen your connection with Devi Parashakti. If Devi Parashakti is your Ishtha Devata, meaning she's your favorite God, the one that likens your heart immediately and instantly, then these offerings are ways that you can deepen your connection. Just as we offer so beautifully our love to our own mother, you can make these offerings at whatever level you are comfortable with to Devi Parashakti. The first offering that we have is the E-Hundi offering, which you can make for any amount of money. You can make this offering for how much ever you're comfortable with it, but it's a very auspicious token of gratitude. In fact, Devi Parashakti is described in the Lalita Sahasranam with the following verse. She says, Bhakti Priya, Bhakti Gamya, Bhakti Vashya Bhayapaha, Shambhavi Sharadaradhya, Sharvani Sharmadaini. And the meaning of this verse says, Devi is fond of true devotion and is realized through true devotion. She can be won over through true devotion, and she removes all fears. Now, if there is any fear in the minds of a devotee, Devi Parashakti is sure to remove all that fear. She is sure to help in everywhere. And especially in this time, this time it is especially auspicious to be able to offer to Devi Parashakti. And here we have a couple of the direct translations of the words that we just chanted. Shambhavi is the consort of Lord Shambhu. Sharadharadhya means worshipped by Sharadha. And Sharvani is the wife of Lord Shiva. Linga Purana says that Lord Shiva is Sharva in his earth form. And Sharmadayani is Devi who bestows happiness on devotees. So you can offer your gratitude and devotion to Devi Parashakti by offering this, and you will be able to experience so much more gratitude in your life. Now, the next offering is the Sankalpa. The Sankalpa offering is a very powerful prayer. In the Saundarya Lahari, Sri Adi Shankaracharya says, the mantras I chant with the sacrifice in my soul become the chanting of your very name. Let all my movements become auspicious mudras. Let my travel become ambulations around thee. Let the act of eating and drinking become fire and oblations in the Homa Yajna to thee. Let my act of sleeping become salutations to you, and let all my actions of pleasure of mine become a part of you. Now, blessings, these offerings can give you the blessings for both the unasked and the asked, the remembered and forgotten wishes that you have made throughout your life to Devi Parashakti. The next offering is the Devi Sahasranama Swarnakasu. This offering is the offering where you can manifest the blessings to awaken the multiple divine feminine conscious attributes and powers. Yes. And we have next the Mukta Anguti. And again, from the Devi Suktam, there's a verse where it says, the goddess who brings good fortune, who is praised by gods, who is raised by Devendra, who is praised by Devas, troubled by the Asuras, and who is remembered as her devotion solves all, who is the source of all in this world. Let that goddess destroy all obstacle. In this offering, Devi Parashakti is protecting you from all dangers and fears. Next offering is the Swarna Padma Pushpa. And in this offering, there's a verse from the Lakshmi Ashtaka, which I'll now be chanting. Siddhi Buddhi Prade Devi Bhukti Mukti Pradayini Mantra Murte Sada Devi Mahalakshmi Namostute. This means Devi who bestows accomplishments and intellect, who showers worldly prosperity, Devi who powers the subtle mantra of the cosmos. I bow down to you, O Devi Mahalakshmi. This offering is for attracting the positive relationships in personal and business dimensions. And the next is the Swarnametti. Swarnametti is the toe ring that you can offer to Devi Parashakti. Again, in the Saundarya Lahari, there's another verse there. It describes that Lord Brahma, the creator of yours, selects the dust from your feet and he creates this whole world. The great Adishesha, with his thousands of heads, somehow carries the dust of your feet with great effort. And the Lord Rudra takes it and powders it nice as it uses it as holy ash. This Swarnametti can bless you profoundly. and give you the blessings for life of leadership qualities by offering the worship to the divine lotus feet of Devi Parashakti, achieved by even worshipping a grain of dust from her feet. This metti is a gold toe ring to worship by adorning the feet of Devi Parashakti. The next offering is the Swarna Mang Tika, and in the Lalita Sahasranamam, verse 106, Devi Parashakti is described as Shuddha Sarabhi Varshanish, and this verse means that she who makes nectar flow from the Sahasrara Chakra, the crown center, to the third eye, the brow center, and permeates through all our 72,000 energy centers to give us the ultimate experience of the cosmos. This Mangtika gives you the blessings to live an enlightened lifestyle. And the next offering is the Pratyakshapada Puja. The Pratyakshapada Puja has so many significances, and especially coming up this Jayanti, on the 45th Jayanti of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, it's an auspicious time to offer this Pratyakshapada Puja. The verse says, from Adi Shankaracharya, Yaso me gatam dikshudhana pratapa jagadvastu sarvam kare yat prasada guror agni padme manaschanna lagnam tatakim 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 tatakim. This means my repute has traveled in all directions through my philanthropy and prowess. All the things of this world are in my hands as rewards for my virtues. Yet if one's mind be not centered upon the lotus feet of the Guru, what then? What then? What then? Once again, Sri Adi Shankaracharya speaks into each and every one of our souls, understanding how even after we have gone across the world, we have achieved everything in the world, if we are not aligned to our Guru, if we are not aligned to our highest possibility, then what matters all of these great things? What matters any material position if we are not able to serve the feet of the Guru? So you can offer this Pratyakshapada Puja and transcend all of the material possessions that you might have earned in this time, you might have achieved in this time, and you can offer this Pratyakshapada Puja and receive the blessings of Swamiji in order to live the best, sweetest guru-disciple relationship. And simply, it'll bestow so much life transformation, make it an absolutely easy way towards your ultimate path, towards your ultimate goal of enlightenment. The next offering we have is the Vastra Seva. Vastra Seva is an offering that is also made during the Pratyakshapada Puja, which is the clothes to the Guru. And it's offered, it bestows one with the sweetest path to enlightenment with complete protection. Yes. So now we have a summary of all of the different offerings that you can do. The even day offering, which you can make for any amount. The Sankalpa offering, which you do for $1. The Devi Sahasranama Swarnakasu, which you can make for either $75, $151, or $251. The Mukta Anguti, which you can do for $251, $501, or $751. The Swarna Padma Pushpa, which you can make for $600, for $1,200, or $1,800. This Swarna Metti, which you can offer for $750. The Mang Tika, which you can also offer for $750. And the Pratyakshapada Puja, which is $1,008. And the Vastra Seva as well, which is also $1,008. All of these sevas are available for you to do. And you can see as there are different denominations of the seva so that you can make it in your comfort level. How much ever you can do right now, there is something that you can offer. And even if it is $1, if it is $1,008, offering of gratitude is the most invaluable thing, something that we can never take for granted in our tradition, in our life. So whatever it is, I encourage each and every one of you to take a few minutes and try to see what offering you can make today out of your gratitude towards Devi Parashakti and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Yes. So now let's briefly walk through how you can make a payment today. If you are interested in making one of these offerings, you visit the link kailasamailer.com/sevas, as you can see here. And on this on this link, it will look a little bit like this. And if you scroll down, you will be able to see the link for all the offerings for Devi Parashakti Bhava Samadhi Darshan. So those are the offerings which we have just gone over right now. You can see we have the steps for making an offering. If you'd like to submit an intention, perhaps you'd like to make this offering, but you want to make it at a different time, maybe for your birthday or anniversary, you can submit an intention for making an offering. It's a quick form that you can fill, and you'll be able to get the notifications and get the forms in order to submit your intention. In order to fulfill your intention for making an offering. And also, you can make the offering here in step 2, as you can see. And there's 2 links here, which is one is for making the offering through the gateway, and the second is for the e-hundi. So if you'd like to make a donation, any amount of donation, then you can offer through the e-hundi. And if you'd like to make a specific offering, for example, the mantika or the swarnametti, you can go to the link where it says make offering here. So we'll now show you exactly how that looks. Yes. So if you click on make an offering here, then you will be directed to the gateway for Parashakti Bhava Samadhi Darshan. And as you can see here, you can select the various different offerings. You can select whichever offering you'd like to make today and select that, add that to your cart, and you can fill in the payment details and billing details in order for you to complete the payment and the offering. We also have the e-hundi option. Yes, as you can see here, once you add to your cart, you will be able to you'll be able to manage your cart and update the cart. Then once you have that, you can proceed to checkout and fill out your billing details and payment details. Yes. So this is what the payment details looks like. Yes. And we'll be able to see a little bit more about how you can make an offering today, what are all the other offerings that you can make. And and also how you can make an offering through the YouTube Super Chat and be able to make any kind of offering as well. So we'll be right back with you in order to continue today's segment and move on in today's program after a quick break. Yes, and also we have the option for you to make an offering through you can make an e-hundi offering as well. You can also show that. So e-hundi offering is also available on the gateway. And as well, if you go to kailasamailer.com/sevas, we'll also be able to see the calendar of events and make an offering for Jayanti this year. So on kailasamailer.com, you'll be able to see the option to see the offerings that you can make for Nithyanandotsavam, which is the Jayanti celebrations this year. And it's such an exciting time to make an offering, to plan for what you're going to be doing over the next festive season, the next 21 days, where we're celebrating the advent of the avatar on planet Earth. So, yes, if we can go to kailasamailer.com/sevas, and you'll be able to see the link for the Nithyananda Utsav.
Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. Just don't die within next 3 years. Be alive. Somehow be alive. I'm working sincerely. I will reach you somehow. Somehow I will reach you. It's my commitment to humanity. Just don't die within next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. You manifesting the space, state, powers, being Paramashivoham. It is possible, and it is possible for you. Paramashivoham will reach you with enlightenment science. I know he is going to do the job. Just be alive for next 3 years. Nothing else. Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. Just don't die within next 3 years. Be alive. Somehow be alive. I'm working sincerely. I will reach you somehow. Somehow I will reach you. It's my commitment to humanity. die within next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. You manifesting the space, state, powers, being, Paramashivoham. It is possible, and it is possible for you. Paramashivoham will reach you with enlightenment signs. I know he is going to do the job. Just be alive for next 3 years. Nothing else. Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. Just don't die within next 3 years. Be alive, somehow be alive. I'm working sincerely. I will reach you somehow. Somehow I will reach you. It's my commitment to humanity. Just don't die within next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. You manifesting the space, state, powers, being, Paramashivoham. It is possible, and it is possible for you. Paramashivoham will reach you with enlightenment signs. I know he is going to do the job. Just be alive for next 3 years. Nothing else. Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. Just don't die within next 3 years. Be alive, somehow be alive. I'm working sincerely. I will reach you somehow. Somehow I will reach you. It's my commitment to humanity. Just don't die within next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. You manifesting the space, state, powers, being, Paramashivoham. It is possible, and it is possible for you. Paramashivoham will reach you with enlightenment signs. I know he is going to do the job. Just be alive for next 3 years. Nothing else. Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. Just don't die within next 3 years. Be alive, somehow be alive. I'm working sincerely. I will reach you somehow. Somehow I will reach you. It's my commitment to humanity. Just don't die within next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I I will reach you with enlightenment. You manifesting the space, state, powers, being Paramashivoham. It is possible, and it is possible for you. Paramashivoham will reach you with enlightenment science. I know he is going to do the job. Just be alive for next 3 years. Nothing else. Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. Just don't die within next 3 years. Be alive. Somehow be alive. I'm working sincerely. I will reach you somehow. Somehow I will reach you. It's my commitment to humanity. Just don't die within next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. You manifesting the space, state, powers, being Paramashivoham. It is possible, and it is possible for you. Paramashivoham will reach you with enlightenment science. I know he is going to do the job. Just be alive for next 3 years. Nothing else. Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. Just don't die within next 3 years. Be alive. Somehow be alive. I'm working sincerely. I will reach you somehow. Somehow I will reach you. It's my commitment to humanity.
Nithyananda, welcome back to all the viewers. We're apologizing sincerely for the technical difficulties that we have been experiencing. I'd like to take the last couple of minutes in order to invite each and every one of you to the Nithyananda Paramashivam, the Jayanti celebrations, which are happening from, the 16th of December. I think I announced wrongly before. The 16th of December until the 8th of January, with Jayanti happening on the 28th of December. So you can learn more about this at kailasamailer.com, and you can celebrate with us on this day. With this, we're coming to a conclusion of this segment in today's program, and we're going to be entering into a very special segment and joined by more special guests for today's program before we enter into the Nithyananda Satsang. So stay tuned for a very special event. And we'll now be ending with the Purna Mantra. Om Purnamada Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadhaya Purnamevavashishyate. Om Shanti 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 Hari Om Tat Sat. Sarvam Bhagavat Shri Nithyananda Paramashivoham Padukarpanamastu. Om Nithyanandam.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Nandam Paramasukadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gagana Sadrisham Tattvamasyadilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadhi Sakshi Bhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Nityanandam. Genocide. Never again. Genocide is one of the greatest crimes against humanity, a crime which continues to happen to this very day in the year 2021. Over the past several centuries, various indigenous tribes and peoples across the globe have been tortured, enslaved, slaughtered, and killed in barbaric ways. Some of the genocides you may be familiar with are the Jewish Holocaust of Germany, the Rohingya genocide of Burma, the Armenian genocide, the genocide of the Yazidis of Iran, Iraq, Syria, and Turkey, the genocide of Native American Indians, the Darfur genocide of Western Sudan, the Rwanda genocide, Ethiopia Tigray crisis, and the Uyghurs of China, and the list goes on and on. For those who survived, the haunting experiences remain etched in their memories, not only individually, but for those generations to come. But what's missing from that picture? Does anyone know? The answer: the Hindu genocide, the Holocaust of the indigenous Hindu minority traditions called Sampradayas. Those who walked, lived, and worshipped on this planet for thousands of years peacefully, now on the brink of extinction, 800 years and counting.
Nithyanandam, today, with the blessings of the sovereign state of Sri Kailasa and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, we welcome each and every one of you on this very significant day. December 9th marks the International Day of Commemoration and dignity of the victims of genocide and of the prevention of this crime, as declared by the United Nations.
Her Excellency Ma Vijayapriya Nithyananda, Permanent Representative of the United Nations from Kailasa, as well as delegates of Kailasa, Manitya Katitananda, Manitya Mahakatitananda, and myself, Manitya Satantra Priyananda, welcome each and every one of you, and we thank you for being here.
And today we are honored to have with us two esteemed guest panelists. Dr. Melissa Kapoorji, Oxford-trained scientist, devoted Hindu, speaker, and entrepreneur. Nithyanandam, and welcome to today's panel. To Ms. Lorelei Higgins, Métis Canadian cultural mediator, Rotary Peace Fellow, and Positive Peace Activator. Nithyanandam, Tanchi, and we welcome you to today's panel. Thank you, both of you, for being here and joining in Kailasa's panel discussion, and for taking the time to really contribute to today's discussion. We would also like to thank all viewers who have tuned in. Please do take a few minutes now and share this live discussion with all your friends and family, which is being live streamed on Nithyananda TV across 80+ countries, as well as on various social media channels. Get your kids, get the youth involved, because today will be a tremendously enriching, thought-provoking, solution-oriented, and empowering discussion that no one should miss.
And as Manitya Katitananda raised earlier, the Hindu Holocaust despite being the largest Holocaust, is still unknown to the world. And personally, growing up, I have not once read about the Hindu genocide in history books, which is actually quite shocking, as the Hindu genocide is a stark epitome of a campaign of race extermination through ethnic cleansing, over 400 million lives, forced relocation, double killing through genocide and genocide denial. Hindus are the victims of the double killing of Holocaust and denial of Holocaust. Denying the largest Holocaust, which has shockingly been going on since 8 centuries of modern history, will continue to go on in the future unless it is first cognized and then corrected. But for that to even occur, the first step is telling the world about the real history. So the question is, who today exposes the unbroken continuum of annihilation of Hindus?
So the question is, who today exposes the unbroken continuum of annihilation of Hindus? The answer, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasanidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the sovereign of the sovereign state of Sri Kailasa and a bold human rights defender and visionary. For the past 27 years of his public life, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism relentlessly worked from the very grassroots level to usher in an era of peace at all levels, individual, societal, national, and global. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has been exposing the Hindu genocide and building a safe haven for persecuted Hindus at the risk of his own life.
At the young age of 3, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was already recognized as an incarnation of Paramashiva by his predecessors of masters and adepts. At the age of 16, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was coronated to establish Kailasa worldwide. And in 2015, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was elected as the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism by a congregation of over 1,000 Hindu leaders or pontiffs. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is a spiritual leader of the 2 billion Hindu diaspora worldwide.
The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is coronated as the 233rd Guru Mahasanidhanam Pontiff of Kanchi Kailasa Sarvanyapitam, Tonde Mandala Adhinam.
The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the 1008th Acharya Mahamandaleshwara, the head for all spiritual leaders of Atal Akada, the ancient apex body of Hinduism.
The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the present 293rd Jagat Guru Mahasanidhanam Pontiff of Kailasonata Shamala Sarvanyapitam.
The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the present Mahamandaleshwar, the supreme spiritual head of Maha Nirvani Akada, which is the largest apex monastic order.
The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is also the present 23rd Guru Mahasanidhanam of Dharmamukti Swargapuram Adhinam, and he is also the 203rd Emperor of Surya Vamsa Surangi Samrajyam.
The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has dedicated his life to serving others. For the past 27 years of his public life, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism sincerely worked to provide an enlightened ecosystem for communities all around the world. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the reviver of the ancient Supreme Order of Kailasa, which comprises 49 spiritual orders of monks, nuns, and Hindu diaspora, working around the world for global peace and to give superconscious breakthrough to humanity.
So genocide does not only refer to mass killing or torture, as most would think. The word genocide was first coined by the Polish lawyer Raphael Lemkin in 1944. It consists of the Greek prefix genus, meaning race or tribe, and the Latin suffix "cide," meaning killing. Lemkin developed the term partly in response to the Nazi policies of systematic murder of Jewish people during the Jewish Holocaust, but also in response to previous instances in history of targeted actions aimed at the destruction of particular groups of people. Later on, Lemkin led the campaign to have genocide recognized and codified as an international crime.
Genocide was first recognized as a crime under international law in 1946 by the United Nations General Assembly. It was codified as an independent crime in the 1948 Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide, also known as the Genocide Convention. The convention has been ratified by 149 states as of January 2018. The International Court of Justice has repeatedly stated that the convention embodies principles that are part of the general customary international law. This means that whether or not states have ratified the Genocide Convention, they are all bound as a matter of law by the principle that genocide is a crime prohibited under international law.
As per Article 2 of the Genocide Convention, genocide means any of the following acts committed with intent to destroy, in whole or part, a national, ethical, racial, or religious group as such, killing members of the group, causing serious bodily or mental harm to members of the group, deliberately inflicting on the group conditions of life calculated to bring about physical destruction to the group, imposing measures intended to prevent births within the group, and forcibly transferring children of the group into another group. However, genocide includes many other elements, such as lawfare, which includes denial of one's citizenship, character assassination, and hate speech, brainwashing, forced religious conversion or forced indoctrination, rape, child abuse, and others.
According to Dr. Gregory H. Stanton, founding president and chairman of Genocide Watch and former research professor in genocide studies and prevention at the George Mason University, Virginia, there are 10 stages of genocide. The process is not linear. These stages can happen simultaneously. So there is classification, which refers to categories to distinguish people into us and them by ethnicity, race, religion, or nationality.
There is symbolization, which is distinguishing the others by the use of names or symbols.
There is discrimination, which is the use of law, custom, and political power to deny the rights of other groups on the basis of nationality, ethnicity, race, or religion, which includes right to citizenship. Lawfare is also a form of discrimination.
Then there's dehumanization, which refers to one group denying the humanity of another group. Members of the group are equated to animals, vermin, insects, or diseases.
Organization. Genocide is always organized, usually by the state, often using militias to provide deniability of state responsibility.
Next is polarization, which refers to hate groups and extremist broadcast, polarizing propaganda to drive the groups apart. The dominant group passes emergency laws or decrees that grant them total power over the targeted group. The laws erode fundamental civil rights and liberties.
Preparation. National or perpetrator group leaders plan the final solution. They often use euphemisms to cloak their intentions. They indoctrinate the populace with fear of the victim group, disguising genocide as self-defense.
Persecution. The victim or the group's basic human rights are systematically violated through extrajudicial killings, torture, and forced displacement.
Extermination. Extermination begins and quickly becomes mass killing, which includes mass rapes.
Finally, there is denial, which lasts throughout and always follows genocide. It is among the surest indicators of further genocide.
The Hindu genocide. We cannot ignore the Hindu genocides anymore, which is still happening as we speak. We cannot ignore the 400 million lives and counting eliminated. We cannot turn a blind eye to the fact that there used to be 10,000 Hindu sampradayas or traditions which peacefully coexisted and thrived for millennia, which have almost been completely wiped out, with the remaining few on the brink of extinction. If you didn't know, Hinduism was in fact once practiced freely in over 56 nations across the continent, from Afghanistan, India, Nepal, Burma, Sri Lanka, all the way to Singapore, Malaysia, Cambodia, and Indonesia, as well as in 200 states, 1,700 samsthanas or provinces, and 10,000 sampradayas or traditions. But over the several centuries, the combined forces of foreign invasions, political upheaval, colonialism, and religious persecution systematically ended the millennia of Hindu Swarajya or self-rule.
As shown in this illustration here, 40,000 temples looted and 400,000 nationalized. Today, Hindu temples remain in certain countries, but the Hindus who worshipped them have been ethnically cleansed. Over the past 2,000 years, the Hindus have been subject to mass murder, enslavement, multiple perpetrator rapes, child abuse, forced indoctrination, man-made famines, loss of territory, imposition of slavery, and identity distortion, resulting in a systematic physical elimination. Another fact we know today is that to complete cultural elimination, invaders have attacked the institutions which preserved Hindu knowledge, the Hindu universities and libraries. This means 10,000 universities and colleges destroyed. Universities and libraries have been burnt to the ground, such as the Nalanda University. Nalanda University was so vast, it was reported to have housed 9 million manuscripts. Can you even imagine when set on fire, Nalanda University burnt continuously for over 9 months?
So, considering these facts, it's extremely crucial that on this International Day of Commemoration and Dignity of the Victims of Crime of Genocide, to also recognize the genocide of the Kashmiri Hindus, the Bangladeshi Hindus, the Pakistani Hindus, Bengali Hindus, the Sri Lankan Tamil genocide, and the Mopla massacre of Kerala, just to name a few. So now let us watch this short video where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism speaks directly on the horrors of the Hindu genocide, the horrors that the Hindus have endured.
I want everyone to know Hindus have suffered too much of persecution in many nations. Hindus have not suffered just Hinduphobia, We suffered Hindu hatred, Hindu mesia. Please understand, Hindus have not suffered just Hindu phobia. We suffered Hindu mesia. We should change the word. But unfortunately, we are crushed so much, we are not even able to tell the world we are being crushed. We have not even chronicled our persecution story, the Hindu genocide, and told the world.
Hindus have not just suffered Hindu phobia, we have suffered Hindu mesia. And these were the direct words of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasanidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam. And over the last 30 years alone, the genocide of Hindu minorities in the regions of Kashi, Bangladesh,
Apologies for the technical glitch. Yes, as Ma Nitya Katitananda shared, over the last 30 years alone, the genocide of Hindu minorities in regions of Kashi, Bangladesh, Kashmir, Gujarat have gone more or less unnoticed. Until recently, after many centuries, the silence is now being broken. December 2nd, 2021 marks a huge breakthrough for Hindus worldwide, as on that day, the United Nations invited Kailasa Nation to speak on the persecution of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and the Hindu minority traditions in India during its 14th session of the OHCRC's Forum on Minority Issues. The session took place in Geneva, Switzerland. And one of the many reasons why this is a huge breakthrough for Hindus is that it exposes to the world how the persecution of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and of Hindu minority traditions in India is a direct continuum of the Hindu genocide. And today we would like to share the video recording that is marking history.
Madam Chairperson, esteemed delegates and colleagues, I represent Kailasa Nation led by Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam, which speaks on behalf of 2 billion Hindus around the world who do not have a voice representing them in these international forums. I want to specifically bring to light the attack on minority Hindu traditions. Hinduism, as people know, is not a single monolithic religion, but it's made up of thousands of unique enlightenment ecosystems, which are called sampradayas. In recent times, many Hindu gurus, Hindu minority traditions and temples have come under attack by majority ideologies, and a large number of traditions have virtually disappeared. There has been no recognition of the attacks by international human rights groups, as in these cases, it is difficult for outsiders to distinguish the attackers from the attacked. For the past 10 years, the Kailasa Nation and SPH Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam have been attacked and silenced in India as a religious minority, as a linguistic minority, and because extremist elements are opposed to Kailasa's stance when it comes to the rights of women, including marginalized Dalit women and the rights of members of the LGBTQ and transgendered communities. In 2019, Kailasa approached the OHCHR presenting the case of persecution, and when this document reached the Indian media, a very well-funded defamation campaign was started by news sources which were supportive of the union government, alleging treason and sedition on part of the Kailasa Nation. A number of false cases were subsequently registered against Kailasa leaders, and one of our university campuses for women in the state of Gujarat was razed to the ground in a matter of days by mobs along with the local government. Kailasa has since submitted a number of reports on the persecution to various forums available within the UN, but not much action has been taken. In June 2021, Kailasa made a submission on the attacks of ASMT women in the session by the UN Committee on Elimination of Discrimination Against Women on the Rights of Indigenous Women, and further submitted reports how to end femicide and on gender justice. Later in September, Kailasa's report on media disinformation in India, which is a big problem, was accepted by the Special Rapporteur for the right to freedom of opinion and expression.
So this marked a huge breakthrough and a moment that will go down in history, and one that will be remembered forever. So now we'll be entering into the exciting segment of today's program, the panel discussion, which has been much awaited. Why is the Hindu genocide still happening? Why are minority traditions still being persecuted, tortured? What is being done to put an end to this? Well, we are about to find out, and we'd like to once again warmly thank and welcome our two esteemed guests, Dr. Melissa Kapurji, Oxford trained scientist and devoted Hindu speaker and entrepreneur, and Ms. Lorelei Higgins, Métis Canadian cultural mediator, Rotary Peace Fellow, and positive peace activist. It's a pleasure to have you here with us. Dr. Melissa Kapurji has a DPhil from the University of Oxford in statistics applied to medical imaging. She now has an award-winning company developing novel technologies to help reduce incidence of dementia. Since first stepping onto Indian soil, Dr. Kapurji has felt a deep connection to India. Now married and having become a devoted Hindu herself, she takes great interest in understanding various aspects related to Bharat and Hinduism, and expresses her views through her YouTube channel, English Bahan Ki Dil Se. Thank you, Dr. Kapurji, for being here.
We also warmly welcome Mrs. Lorelei Higgins. Mrs. Lorelei Higgins is a Métis Canadian cultural mediator, a Rotary Peace Fellow, and positive peace activator, as well as a Governor General's Canadian Leadership Program alumna. She has worked on community-based projects locally and internationally with government agencies, non-government organizations, and the business sector. These projects have centered on peace and conflict transformation, Indigenous matters, and the elevation of female voices in leadership. Lorelei has worked across the globe in communities in Africa, Asia, Europe, North America, and South America. Lorelei is the community lead for the City of Calgary's anti-racism program and is working to advance the City of Calgary's commitments to truth and reconciliation. Lorelei has an MBA with a specialization in leadership, and she facilitates asset-based community development sessions utilizing an appreciative inquiry lens. Lorelei is also a consultant with Mediators Beyond Borders International. Lorelei is passionate about creating bold, open spaces for building peace through cross-cultural learning and the establishment and nurturing of enduring positive relationships. As Mrs. Canada 2021 and a Women in Need Foundation ambassador, Lorelei is leading efforts to increase female leadership and peace-building efforts locally and globally. She's often found adventuring around the world with her family. Mrs. Higgins, it's a real pleasure to have you with us today.
And our first question is for Dr. Melissa Kapurji. Welcome. Dr. Kapurji, why do you think Hindus, Hindu saints and leaders, and Hindu indigenous minority traditions have been targeted not just in the past centuries, but still today?
Thank you. And thank you very much for inviting me once again. So a very interesting and important question. So we all know that Hindu Dharma, it reveres everything in nature, sees divinity in everything, and therefore Hindus worship a multitude of manifestations of Brahman, and that includes many different avatars and also Bhagwan in the form of murtis. Now, the Abrahamic religions, they believe that polytheism and idol-based worship is an abomination. In the Bible, the Quran, you can see that it's clearly written that idolaters are destined to burn in hell, where there is gnashing of teeth and all sorts of horrible things to happen to us. And that it is their duty to save us from hell by either converting us or by killing us. And speaking to other Hindus who have converted from Christianity or Islam, particularly those in India, it is common practice for them to be referring to us Hindus as kafir and heathen. And now these are very dehumanizing terms, but this is common everyday language for them, very unfortunately. Now they use this idea that it is their duty to convert or to kill us, to justify their discrimination, their mass slaughter, their rape throughout history. And as we know, Christianity, it has wiped out the Red Indians, the Incas, the Mayans, the pagans. Islam has wiped out other ancient civilizations, the Persians, the Arabians. And as we've just been hearing, Hindus as well, they've tried their very best. Hundreds of millions of Hindus have been murdered, firstly by Islamists, and then the Christian colonizers came along as well. So over the last 800 years, hundreds of millions have been murdered, many more raped, tortured, horrific, horrific numbers. And then since Indian independence, a third force has come along that has been seeking, unfortunately, to destroy Hindus as well, and that is communists. Obviously there is a border with China, and China has very strong expansionist goals. But what they all share, all these different forces, is a hatred for polytheistic worshippers, people who worship idols. Now, hundreds of years ago, Islamists realized very quickly that if they were to be able to destroy Hindus in entirety, they needed to destroy the system that was enabling Hindus to be so strong, so brave. They would literally rather be skinned alive, and there are accounts of this, being skinned alive rather than being forced to convert to Islam. Or the women, they would kill themselves, they'd commit suicide rather than be raped by the incoming Islamists. So their strength of conviction in Bhagwan, in the highest power, it gave them so much strength, and that strength was passed down through the generations by gurus, by teachers, the Brahmin people essentially. And for example, Kashmir up in the north of India was such a center of Hindu thought and learning that the Islamist kings, they realized that to destroy Hindus entirely, they needed to destroy all Brahmins in Kashmir. And we now know, the numbers of Brahmins in Kashmir now, the number of Hindus in Kashmir now is really tiny. They have faced so many attempts of extermination and exodus. But still, Hinduism throughout India was too strong to defeat and to destroy entirely through this physical genocide, through killing. And so when the Christian colonizers came along, they came up with a different approach. Yes, certainly they did commit certain physical genocides as well. They did kill Hindus, but they took, in a more mass scale, a more subversive approach. And that is to convert the Hindu leaders into essentially, and this is quite a crass statement, but brown skin vehicles of Christianization. so that Hindus were being converted into Christianity without even realizing it. And thus the genocide, the Hindu genocide, continued through this sort of slightly more palatable way. They weren't being killed, their throats slit, their women raped as much. But in many ways, it was even more disastrous because it was so effective, so sneaky, subversive. It is essentially cultural genocide. So they injected Christianity into the Hindu scriptures in their English translations. They enforced the English education system on India. They published authoritative research and propaganda to make the Hindu rituals seem very backward and very discriminatory. Now, the Hindu cultural genocide, as I said, was so effective and subtle that even today, there are many very large, in some cases, important Hindu leaders who are still pushing that very discriminatory ideology of Hindus onto Hindus themselves, particularly those in positions of political power, unfortunately. So they themselves are enacting cultural genocide on their own people. It's so sad. So we hear about, every day, placing restrictions on Hindu festivals, on the rituals that are conducted in temples, not allowing people to conduct their Hindu successions as per the lineage that have been carrying on for thousands of years, hushing up cases of temple and murti destruction. This is every day you hear about these cases and this isn't in the well-known papers. You won't hear about it there, but you'll hear a few people on social media in the local area talking about these things. It's not picked up by the mainstream media. Murders of Hindus and just general discouraging and undermining of the core Hindu practices. So the Islamists, the Christians, the communists, they're still directly contributing to physical genocide. As I say, you hear about murders, forced conversions, love jihad every day. But then there's also this even more sinister, indirect cultural genocide, which is very sadly being enacted by many sort of mentally colonized Hindu leaders who are actually essentially being puppets of the Islamists, the Christians, the communists. They're the ones funding it. They're the ones flicking the light switch underneath all of this. And so very sadly, Hindus are being persecuted from left, right, and center. It's a very terrible, very sad situation.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Koshi. And I would also actually like to add to what you've said. One of the ways Hindus and Hindu leaders are being targeted in India is by the interference with the Hindu successions. And the main example is that of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam, he was coronated as per Hindu law and rituals as the 293rd Guru Mahasanidhanam, the Pontiff of Madurai Adhinam in Tamil Nadu in South India. However, he was illegally removed as the Guru Mahasanidhanam and was replaced by state-groomed Pontiff. And eventually, the Supreme Pontiff was forced into statelessness by the denial of his natural citizenship. So just to add, the persecution of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is not only the persecution of one individual, but being the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and the head of state of the only Hindu nation, Kailasa, this persecution on him is in fact a persecution on the global Hindu diaspora and a cultural genocide. And, being subjected to forceful conversions, massacres, demolition, desecration of sacred sites, holy places, and destruction of properties, torture, murder, and even, crimes against women and children. So many indigenous minority communities with clear, distinguishable linguistic, cultural, and/or religious traditions have been victims of ethnic cleansing. And this leads us to our next question. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kapurchi and Ambassador Vijayapriya Nithyananda. And on the 4th of July, 2021, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism shared a really powerful message, and it's being projected for you to read. And he says, and I quote, "It is fair greed, guilt is used, and the indigenous people are convinced that they cannot bring up their kids properly. And then the kids are stolen away from them. Then either they are brainwashed in the name of so-called assimilation or killed. I am talking because I personally suffered the extension of just this genocide happening to indigenous people. And it basically extends to the conversation we're having right now about the injustice and genocide of indigenous peoples. And in fact, indigenous minority women and children continue to face these horrible crimes and defamation. And in Hinduism, all women are not merely respected as equal to men, but rather worshipped as a manifestation of Devi Parashakti, the supreme primordial cosmic divinity. In Hinduism, young girls are worshipped from infancy as incarnation of Divine Mother. And her worship is considered to fortune and well-being. And there's a beautiful chapter from Mana that I would like to share. And it's a scriptural reference, which says, Yatra naryastu pujante ramante tatra devataha yatretastu na pujante sarvastatra phala kriyaha. And it translates, where women are honored, there the gods are pleased. But where they are not honored, no sacred rite yields rewards. So as indigenous people, we share many deep common threads, and our reverence and connection with nature, the understanding that nature is an extension of our being, our consciousness, the honoring of our ancestors, those who came before us, the roles and rituals and traditions play in connecting us to the divine, and many more. But unfortunately, this genocide has also been one of them. So our question to you, Ms. Higgins, when it comes to the violence, the systematic discrimination and injustice we're seeing happening, especially against women and girls of minority traditions, how much do you think is related to gender?
Nityayandam, namaste, and tanshe. So, Lorelai Dishinakashun, thank you so much for having me here and for this important discussion. And I'll get right to answering the question. I know we don't have a ton of time, but I just really want to honor everybody on the call and all of those who've come before us, those we've lost, those who don't have a voice, and those that we're fighting for. My family was part of some of the genocide that's occurred here in Canada. And so it's just a really big honor for me that globally there are efforts to come together as Indigenous peoples and non-Indigenous peoples to work together for this. So in terms of the question, how much is related to gender? A lot of it. And so if we start to peel back history, and I'll speak specifically to Canada's history as a Métis Indigenous person from Canada, I'm rooted a lot in global understandings, mostly because I have worked globally as read by my bio, and I am deeply connected to lots of Asia, including India. I spent a long time working there up in Dharamshala with the Tibetan population there, and so feeling very connected to this work and to many people who are watching and listening. So gender, where does it play out? It plays out in absolutely everything. And when we start to look at a lot of what's been talked about, including organized religions over the centuries, especially Western-based and European-centric religions, a lot of the religions have been focused on diminishing and eradicating female power. You know, whether we look at the witch craze, which occurred a lot in Europe and across the globe, but that idea of labeling women healers and people who had the ability to do spiritual things as witches, we can go back to that. Specifically in Canada, when we look at our history of colonization and assimilation, there is such a gender representation of women that have to today gone missing and murdered, including girls. So we had a report that came out recently in 2019, because as we started looking at our truth and reconciliation across Canada, and many of you who don't know it, in 2015, we shocked the world and we shocked ourselves when Canada was formally admitted to cultural genocide of Indigenous peoples. So if you haven't read it, we do have a report. There's 94 calls to action, but the story doesn't end there. And so recently, we've wondered how many children were actually killed during our residential school system. We know that around 150,000 kids went, but those records were never kept properly, and some are still being asked to be brought forward from the government and the church. But at an estimate right now, we know that 150,000 children were taken forcibly from their homes. In terms of gender, we don't have a clear and full picture yet of how many were girls, but we do know that in the schools themselves, the residential school system, which is part of the eradication and genocide of women, girls, and boys and men, essentially, we do know that the stories are coming out now that babies and women and children were burned in the furnaces in the residential schools. And so when we start, if we could actually find accurate data on that, we probably would find a really high percentage of that being young girls. So as we kind of look into that in Canada's dark history, we see we're starting to find the first remains of children in the mass graves. And when we had our Truth and Reconciliation report, it was estimated that maybe 3,400 children had died. Our elders always said it was much, much higher than that. So as we've started to have the technology to uncover these mass graves, many of you have heard in May, we found the first 215 children buried in a mass grave, and that was in Kamloops, Canada, in British Columbia. And so as that's happened, it started this steamrolling effect where more and more technology is being used. We are up to almost just over 6,000 bodies being found, but we have been told through our Truth and Reconciliation Commission to expect at least 25,000 children, but those are all the only ones that we may find. So that being said, when we look at our dark history in Canada and what we've done to our Indigenous population to eradicate it, when you fast forward to today, and what does that mean for gender? We have a significant number of murdered and missing Indigenous women and girls. And right now, with the report, it does say, maybe the numbers are in the 2000s, but a lot of people are saying it's 4,000. We can't get all the records, they're unaccounted for. And a lot of people are saying it's a lot higher than that. And so with the inaccuracy of being able to get the data, we don't have clear numbers, which means the story's not being told. And much like the information we're sharing today around what's happening to our Hindu population, and especially Hindu women, we're learning that there's a lot of power in things being hidden and truth not being told. And so one of the things as we learn about gender and we learn about the misrepresentation of women and girls in the information around Indigenous peoples going missing and murdered, we know the numbers are high. And so I just applaud everybody on this call who's listening, everybody who's being part of this panel and this presentation, and the Guru himself, because without truth, we can't take action. And in Canada, our residential school system started in the 1800s, and our legacy of colonialism started more than 500 years ago. But it's only now, sitting here today, that we're learning truth and we're learning numbers. So I just applaud everybody for that desire for truth and for speaking truth, because without it, we can't move forward and we can't shed light into the darkest corners. And so in summary, to my very long answer to your question, absolutely gender is a huge part of it. And I would say a lot of that has to do with the power and the ability that women have had in the past to lead entire societies. A lot of Indigenous cultures in Canada were matriarchal societies. And as patriarchal societies took over, women were a threat to that. And so the best thing you can do is take away that power and reduce the numbers. So thank you for the opportunity to respond to that.
Thank you so much. A little technical difficulties, if you all can hear me. But thank you so much for that very insightful sort of view and the data. It's really amazing to know about the work. That's a very important point, that women in the past, indigenous women, they held quite a lot of power. And I think because of this, they have been targeted. And there's a beautiful quote where Swamiji shared, and I'm paraphrasing. Essentially, he said, if the world were ruled by women, the society and the world would have been a much better place, because as women, we are natural nurturers and thinkers of the whole. So I would like to thank you so much for that contribution and sharing your perspective on this topic.
Thank you, Ms. Higgins. And our next question is for Dr. Kapoorji. Dr. Kapoorji, so the question is, when one Hindu guru, one sampradaya or tradition is attacked, why is it so important for other sampradayas to stand up and protect? What are the repercussions when other sampradayas choose not to get involved?
Thank you. And another very interesting and important question. So the guru-shishya relationship is so integral to Hindu Dharma that an assault on Hindus, on sampradayas, which are true to the Hindu Dharma, Hindu tradition, as per the Shastras, is actually an assault on Bhagwan, on the highest authority. And it is absolutely unconscionable that other gurus and sampradayas, that they choose to ignore in almost all cases, it seems. And so I sense very much, because I am very active on social media, that there is a rising disappointment, even anger, among some Hindus against some of the more silent Hindu gurus and political leaders who are choosing to turn a blind eye. For example, the sadhus who were murdered in Palga. You know, during the lockdown, Ramayana was being streamed across India, the TV series. So such people were tuning into such beauty, you know, seeing the Ramayana on TV across the whole country. But at that very same moment, such terrible, terrible lynching, horrific, that was fortunately caught on camera for us to see that it was happening on these two very, very peaceful sadhus and their driver. Absolutely horrific. And still no justice has arisen. And it's fantastic that I saw in Kailasa's report to the UN that, you know, there is a section about these poor sadhus, because literally nobody has spoken out from the Hindu community, has spoken out for these poor people. So if Hindu leaders, gurus, cannot stand up for their own, you know, the epitome of Hinduism, the most peaceful people that exist on the planet, these sadhus, what chance does the common Hindu have? Now, who will speak up for us when we are murdered or raped or whatever? So we're feeling disappointed and angry in many of these Hindu leaders, these Hindu politicians. And if, you know, we are feeling abandoned, unwanted, you know, we will either lose faith in many of these gurus and potentially even lose faith in Hindu Dharma, you know, for allowing this situation to occur where our own leaders don't care about their people. And in both cases, it's leading to the demise of Hindu Dharma, isn't it? And as someone who is relatively recently converted to Hindu Dharma, I find that apathy, even rejection of some of these Hindu leaders, of their own people, their own traditions, their own religion, actually the most off-putting part of being a Hindu. So things like many, I find Hindu leaders, Hindu gurus, very worryingly, they even reject the word Hindu. And I understand there is this complexity around the reason why the word Hindu was even, you know, imposed on India. but they'll say, that certain Hindu traditions are not Hindu. And it's very damaging when you're dealing with the rest of the world, because if you're wanting to make a legal case about being harassed for doing yoga asanas, for wearing bindi, and you hear, very prominent figures from Hindu Dharma saying it's not Hindu, you're losing the ability to fight a legal case, aren't you? Because suddenly it's just harassment. It's not religious hatred, which is actually what it is. And I feel often maybe some of these Hindu leaders, the politicians, they're doing it to try and be magnanimous, or to try and be very encompassing and welcoming of the world. But actually what they're doing is they're being foolish and cowardly, actually. They're being really truthful to themselves. They're being uncomfortable in their own skin, is how I certainly perceive it. Because the word Hindu, certainly if you're speaking in English, there is no other word really to describe it. There is only the word Hindu, unfortunately. So unless we put lots of pressure on to create a new word, to have Sanatana Dharma allowed into the English dictionary, then we're stuck with the word Hindu. So that is the uniting factor that we unfortunately have to work around. And if we are saying things are not Hindu, we're removing the credit of yoga coming from Hinduism and all these other things that many Hindu leaders sadly say are not Hindu, which is very unfortunate, very frustrating. And when they are saying that we're not Hindu because we're universal, well, then what's happening is you're trying to be everything to everyone, but in reality, you're being nothing to no one. You're becoming, if it's for everyone, it's nothing, right? So that encourages misappropriation. It allows Christians to say they are Bharatanatyam dancers, which we know Bharatanatyam is a sacred Hindu form of dance. It is an expression of Hindu worship. A Christian cannot perform it, frankly, at all. And things like yoga, as we know, yoga means oneness, merging with the infinite, with the highest authority, but it's used in many cases in such demeaning ways. For example, take the fad at the moment of gin yoga, having a glass of gin in your hand while you're doing yoga asanas, essentially. It's so insulting. And because many of these Hindu leaders, they are putting so much confusion, so much confusion into minds around the word, what is Hindu and not Hindu, not putting any barriers around, is allowing this discrimination, this insulting practice to be occurring. And as I say, someone coming from a different background, a Christian background, I find this the most off-putting part of being a Hindu, because it appears weak, it appears confused, it appears appeasing, when actually people respect strength, they respect conviction. So for Hinduism to survive, we need strong, proud Hindu leadership united around the Hindu Shastras and the sanctity of Bhagwan and Murtis and the core tenets of Hindu Dharma.
Yes, Dr. Kapoorji, that is very true what you just said. And that is why the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has founded Kailasa, the only Hindu nation. There's not one country today where Hinduism is the state religion. And Kailasa is the only place where Hindus can have political and religious legitimacy to be able to practice their religion without any, persecution. And, he's collecting all the scriptures, establishing the largest library just to revive all these traditions and cultures that have been lost, destroyed over time. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism actually said, in March 2019, that even Hindus are unaware of the extent and types of atrocities their ancestors have suffered and continue to suffer. The Hindu gurus and Hindu kings, both of them, they need to strengthen their sampradayas, their tradition, and tell their followers and citizens what their ancestors have suffered. And in this way, we are able to make the next generation aware of what have been done to our ancestors and prevent that from happening again. So thank you so much, Melissa ji. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism also said, specifically on the Guru Shishya Parampara, which is the Guru-disciple relationship. Hindu gurus who keep the Hindu ecosystems alive, who revive Hindu ecosystems, are the software programmers. They keep the software of Hinduism alive.
Thank you so much, Dr. Kapoorji and Ambassador Vijayapriya Nithyananda, for highlighting this importance of solidarity. As the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has told, when one sampradaya or one Hindu leader is attacked, it's not just that one sampradaya or that one Hindu leader that is being attacked. It is the whole Sanatana Hindu Dharma which is being attacked. So thank you so much. And this leads us into our next question, which I would like to ask Mrs. Higgins first. So in your opinion, how can we heal and prevent the ongoing genocide? What can we do as individuals and collectively as a society, nation, and world?
Marcy, thank you. That is a great question. And this is a significant part of it, is this coming together collectively and talking. In the past, it was illegal to gather in things like this. We wouldn't be allowed to even discuss it. And so think about that, the power we have and the ability to talk and gather right now, even online. And COVID has actually created this opportunity even more so for us to realize how we can connect electronically. So one of the most significant things individually, collectively, as societies, nations, and the world is leadership, is don't sit back, don't take the current state for what it is. Don't accept it. And I think often of my own grandmother who, the doorbell would ring and she'd be terrified that it was an Indian agent come to take the children away and put them into a care or a school that was not her own. And so when I think about her and the lack of voice that she had, and the fact that, the sash that I'm wearing right now is our Métis sash. It was illegal at one point to actually wear this. My grandmother never dreamed of the day that I could, as her grandchild, speak my language, her language, the language of our ancestors freely, or wear something like this in public. So the fact that we can do this is amazing, and we can't lose this opportunity. So the leadership that is required of each of us right now is to work together in solidarity, to also work individually to keep pushing. Where can we make change and speak out? Some of the other things that I think about when I think about, what can we do? I get that asked a lot in terms of Reconciliation Canada. People say, Lorelei, what can I do? And it's what I said earlier, sit in the truth, learn what's happened. We don't know everything that's happened, as mentioned earlier. We don't know what's happened to our ancestors because it's been hidden. And so keep digging, keep finding out, keep talking about it. But eventually, we need to move to action. And here there's a saying the elders call reconciliation. So actually sitting in truth and moving collectively in action. So as an ecosystem coming together and moving. One of the most important things that I see emerging in Canada that might be really important, and I see it on this call as well, is the importance of men and boys in this movement. So that as females, we aren't alone. We aren't walking and pushing, saying we need this or we need truth or we need action, but we're being upheld, and the movement is also being led by men and boys. And so one of the important movements here in Canada that I just want to share is called the Moose Hide Campaign. And it really is being led by men and boys saying, how can we take responsibility for the violence and genocide that's occurring against our Indigenous women and girls? And how can we make things different, but how can we also be different in how we are males? And so that campaign is really significant. The big campaign day is actually coming up on February 10th. And if anybody wants to take part in it, it is global. And you'll see little pieces of moose hide, and there's a wonderful story about it. I encourage everybody to read about why it's a patch of moose hide and why you can wear it every single day to stand up against women, violence against women and girls globally. So the other things I think about, what else can we do? Where in local law can we make change? And as you all heard from my bio, I am all about system change. How do we actually change the structure we're in? How do we be more represented in government, in schools, in places where decisions are being made? When I was a lot younger, I used to try to get a seat at the table. And the only way I got to that table is another female brought me there. So as females and as males, where can you move over and bring somebody with you, one of the youth, so that you have the space, but you're bringing somebody along with you? As I got a little bit older, I was saying, thank you for this space at this table where decisions were being made. And you can imagine, as I've gotten older and bolder, I now have said, okay, I need some more space at this table. And I've actually asked, you need to move over. And I'm so bold now in the systems that I work in where I'm helping to create change, whether it's Indigenous human rights or whether it's anti-racism work. I've actually told people that I need them to leave the table because we're here to lead. And now I've actually said, I don't need a table. I want to sit in circle. And so those are the things that I encourage each of you as you carry your culture and identity and who you are, is be bold, be brave, but don't do it alone. There's 1 million people on this call right now who are all watching, and come together and use the support network. Use all of us who are presenting on this call. We're here to support. So create that space and be bold, but don't do it alone. Be in community for that. So one of the last things I'll just touch on is, where can we create this change? What can we do? The United Nations Declarations on the Rights of Indigenous People. Here in Canada, we're continuing to have the conversation. How do you put that into local law? How do you actually move it from a declaration at an international level into local law? The bill was actually turned down at our Senate, and it came back because we are so determined to create change. You'll also hear in the news, as part of this sweeping change, the Indigenous peoples in Canada, we have been divided. And so when you hear about the Indigenous story in Canada, it's not unified. We have been parsed out into, you're Indigenous, you're not Indigenous enough, you're all of the different groups that have been created to segregate us and create the parts, so we actually can't come together as peoples, but rather we see each other as a threat. So the Indigenous populations in Canada have actually come together, and there will be a delegation to visit the Pope to demand a formal apology for the role of the church in the residential school systems. And so use that type of action to figure out how else you can make change. And it was wonderful to see in the presentation the United Nations delegation that already occurred. So use all of that, sweeping movements globally, and we need to come together. It's really easy in this day and age to say this issue is more important than this issue. But why I immediately said to being part of this is I saw a collective, and it's been referred to in this call as an ecosystem, and that's what we are. We are stronger together. And so one voice doesn't matter more than other. Indigenous peoples across the globe have suffered. And right now, systems reflect that continued pushing down of Indigenous peoples. And so we need to come together, whether you're Indigenous, not Indigenous, whether you don't know who you are. It's really important that you stand up, you speak up, and you commit to working collectively to making change. So hopefully that helps. And the very last thing I'll just leave people with is, the more you can promote diversity as a strength, the more we'll continue to see across the globe how important it is to create cultural diversity and keep maintaining that which we have, and that it doesn't disappear. Diversity is not a weakness. Diversity is one of the greatest strengths this planet has. And the more that we can make people realize that, and how beautiful this diversity is, and how as diverse peoples, all of the ones on this call, we can come together and show our oneness, I think that's when we'll also start to see some more significant change. So thank you, everybody. We have a saying here in this part of Turtle Island. We say all my relations. And what that recognizes is the oneness of us all, the plants, the entire globe, peoples across the world, all my relations. I am connected to you. And in that, our fates are intertwined, much like Ubuntu from Africa. So thank you, everybody, for the opportunity to share my thoughts around that.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Higgins. I totally agree with you and the importance of diversity. It's actually the first time that I hear the word reconciliation. I think it's brilliant, coming together And like you're highlighting, you're giving the example of this very panel. If we look at each and every one of us coming from so many different places, coming together to speak out, but at the same time, while honoring our unique traditions and cultures. And you emphasize also the importance of diversity. And I would like to highlight the strength and beauty of Hinduism itself is that it celebrates diversity. And actually many of the people in the audience who may be listening may not be aware of the fact that Hinduism actually recognizes 11 genders, celebrates 11 genders. And so basically, you know, healing by coming together and, like you were saying, coming into the space of oneness, which is one of the founding principles of Hinduism, Advaita, peaceful coexistence with all the beings. So thank you so much for sharing your thoughts, and truly, truly beautiful. And Dr. Kapoorji, I would actually like to ask you the same question and hear your insights. In your opinion, how can we heal and prevent the ongoing genocide? What can we do as individuals and collectively as a society, nation, and a world?
Thank you. Thank you very much. Apologies, my baby's crying in the background. So individually, what Hindus can do to prevent the ongoing Hindu genocide is by ensuring that it doesn't become extinct. And by that, I mean, we need to be practicing as Hindus every day, sincerely and unapologetically, doing puja, worshipping the Devis, the Devas, and celebrating the festivals with full enthusiasm and sincerity. We need to be looking to our scriptures, the Vedas, the Puranas, the Ramayana and Bhagavad Gita, and emulate them truly, particularly the Kshatriya and the Bhakti traditions, which have been particularly squashed because of their ability to rise Hindus as a people in strength. And we need to be bestowing the gurus with our trust, with our respect, those gurus who are following the Shastras truly, because they are the ones who are the gateways to the Gyan. Just one moment, sorry, just one moment. Another thing we can do individually, I'll finish in just one moment. And collectively, sorry, I think I have to stop now. I'm very sorry, my baby is just having a bit of a meltdown.
So of course, thank you so much, Dr. Kapoorji. Yes, and highlighting what you shared about the importance of Shastras. Actually, so much abuse has happened because of the misinterpretation of the sacred scriptures. Basically, as you were telling earlier, you were saying how the misinterpretation has happened, and even sacred rituals have been portrayed as being discriminatory, which is not at all the reality. But this is what has happened. And so one of the very important works that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is doing is accurately translating all the ancient sacred manuscripts and collecting all of them, and not just those that are available, also the ones that have been lost. Because actually the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is downloading the knowledge directly from the cosmic archives, the Akashic records, through his Balasants, which are the children saints who are groomed and brought up in the Gurukul, in the Vedic education system. And so that is still possible. The knowledge is not lost. And we're so blessed to have an avatar incarnation with us, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, who is able to retrieve that knowledge, which is available in the cosmic archives. So thank you so much, Dr. Kapoorji. And this is, yes, one of the examples, what I just shared is one of the examples in which the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is protecting Hinduism, and which leads us to the next question.
So in the absence of Dr. Kapoorji, before we close today's session, we would like to take a moment together in this global forum with the thousands that's joining around the world to pay tribute to the victims of the genocide, past and present. We stand in solidarity with all those globally who may be carrying the burden of a shared painful past, and even to this present day, facing the horrors of the ongoing genocide. And we would like to pay tribute to the Hindu leaders and gurus who have lost their lives or faced the sword of persecution, some of them even being illegally imprisoned for life. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism today is a voice for the 2 billion Hindus who have not had a voice in the past, and is living proof and a reminder that, quote, the ultimate cosmic law is ahimsa, non-violence. It is the most powerful, best strategy, even to stop the Hindu Holocaust, end quote. So we will now take a moment to share with you a very short video tribute.
And to all around the world who have lost their lives, faced tremendous suffering, and continue to suffer, you are not forgotten. Genocide never again will be made a reality. Kailasa Nation is committed to ensuring this happens. There's a beautiful, powerful message which the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism shared with us, and he said, this generation Hindus, especially Hindu youth, learn the right history. Only if you become aware of the history, you will not allow the past history to repeat itself. So it is in our hands. On behalf of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and Kailasa Nation, we would like to sincerely thank you, Dr. Kapurji and Ms. Higgins, for being here and contributing to today's panel discussion on this International Day of Commemoration and Dignity of the Victims of Genocide and of the prevention of this crime. It was indeed a pleasure hosting you, and we wish you continued blessings and support as you continue the good work that you do. And to all the viewers, we thank you for your participation. And as the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism says, it's in our hands. So let's continue to march onwards and forward peacefully and powerfully with Guru, Paramashiva, and our ancestors in our hearts. We will now end with the closing mantra, the Purna mantra. Om Purnamada Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudashyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnamevavashishyate. Om Shanti Shanti Shantihi. Hari Om Tatsat. Sarvam Bhagavat Shri Nithyananda Paramashivam Padukarpanamastu. Om Nithyanandam.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham.
Connecting with the divine with your eyes closed is meditation. Connecting with the divine with your eyes open is darshan. Come, let us all now move from meditation to darshan. Slowly, very slowly, please open your eyes.
அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் புவி எண்ணாத யோகமை கொண்டிட நித்யன் ஈரேழு லோகத்திற்கெட்டா ஈசன் முக்தி நெறி அருளவே நித்யனாய் ஊரகிற்கு வந்தம்மை ஆட்கொள்ள தேவர்களை காத்திட வைத்தான் தாயாய் பேரருள் புரிய உடல் ரோமம் சிலிர்த்திட நித்யனாய் வந்து அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் புவி எண்ணாத யோகமை கொண்டிட நித்யன் ஈரேழு லோகத்திற்கெட்டா ஈசன் முக்தி நெறி அருளவே நித்யனாய் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தார் திருவண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தார். கிளப்பி விட்டேனில் பர தத்துவம் கற்பித்த பாரம ஞானியாய் ஞானக்கண் கொடுத்த தமக்கே ரூபம் காட்டிய மாய வித்தை செய்யும் நித்யன் வித்தை கிளப்பி விட்டேனில் பர தத்துவம் கற்பித்த பரமஞானியாய் ஞானக்கண் கொடுத்த தமக்கே ரூபம் காட்டிய மாய வித்தை செய்யும் நித்யன் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான். புவி எண்ணாத யோகமே கொண்டிட நித்யன் ஈரேழு லோகத்திற்கெட்டா ஈசன் முக்தி நேரி அருளவே நித்யனாய் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான். நித்யன் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான். பொருளான நித்யனை ஆழ்ந்து சிந்திக்க ஐயனின் ரூபம் விளங்கும் தாண்டும் சிவசக்தியாக ஐம்பொறிகளுக்கும் புலனாகின்ற நித்யன் பொருளான நித்யனை ஆழ்ந்து சிந்திக்க ஐயனின் ரூபம் விளங்கும் யாண்டும் சிவசக்தியாக ஐம்பொறிகளுக்கும் புலனாகின்ற நித்யன் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான். புவி எண்ணாத யோகமே கொண்டிட நித்யன் ஈரேழு லோகத்திற்கெட்டா ஈசன் முக்தி நெறி அருளவே நித்யனாய் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான். திருவண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான். உள்ளும் புறமும் இருந்து உயிர் பக்குவமாக்கிடும் பரமனாம் நித்யன் ஞானப்பாடி தங்கள் ஏழும் கொண்ட ஞானமும் ஆகிய ஆண்டிடும் நித்யன் உள்ளும் புறமும் இருந்து உயிர் பக்குவமாக்கிடும் பரமனாம் நித்யன் ஞானப்பாடி தங்கள் ஏழும் கொண்ட ஞானமும் ஆகிய ஆண்டிடும் நித்யன் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான். புவி எண்ணாத யோகமே கொண்டிட நித்யன் ஈரேழு லோகத்திற்கெட்டா ஈசன் முக்தி நேரி அருளவே நித்யனாய் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான். நித்யன் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான். வாக்கியங்களான அருள் கவிதைகள் நித்யனின் மகிமை சொல்லிடும் மகிமை அர்த்திக்க பின்னே சிவசக்தி ஸ்வரூபமாய் தோன்றிடும் நித்யன் ஆப்த வாக்கியங்களான அருள் கவிதைகள் நித்யனின் மகிமை சொல்லிடும் மகிமை அர்த்திக்க பின்னே சிவசக்தி ஸ்வரூபமாய் தோன்றிடும் நித்யன் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான். புவி எண்ணாத யோகமே கொண்டிட நித்யன் ஈரேழு லோகத்திற்கெட்டா ஈசன் முக்தி நெறி அருளவே நித்யனாய் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான். திருவண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான். புண்ணிய கேத்திரம் தனிலே நித்யன் உன்னத நீலை ஊழத்தில் வருமே விண்ணவர் மன்னவர் ஒப்ப அகிலம் ஆளும் கீர்த்தியுட ஈசன் நித்யானந்தன் புண்ணிய சேத்திரம் தனிலே நித்யன் உன்னத நீலை ஊழத்தில் வருமே விண்ணவர் மன்னவர் ஒப்ப அகிலம் ஆளும் கீர்த்தியுட ஈசன் நித்யானந்தன் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான். புவி எண்ணாத யோகமே கொண்டிட நித்யன் ஈரேழு லோகத்திற்கெட்டா ஈசன் முக்தி நெறி அருளவே நித்யனாய் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான். நித்யன் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான். முப்புரி நூலை தரித்தவன் ஐயன் வேதியன் வெந்நீர் பூசிய நித்யன் அண்டத்தின் மூலம் காரணன் முடிவற்ற ஆனந்தத்தை தொண்டற்கருள்வான். முப்புரி நூலை தரித்தவன் ஐயன் வேதியன் வெந்நீர் பூசிய நித்யன் அண்டத்தின் மூலம் காரணன் முடிவற்ற ஆனந்தத்தை தொண்டற்கருள்வான். அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான். புவி எண்ணாத யோகமே கொண்டிட நித்யன் ஈரேழு லோகத்திற்கெட்டா ஈசன் முக்தி நெறி அருளவே நித்யனாய் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான். நித்யன் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான். பேரறிவு பொருள் நித்யன் உலகாளும் ஊரை மன்னவர் கழித்தவன் அர்த்தநாரீஸ்வரனாக அருள் செய்திட்டே எம்மை ஆட்கொண்டிடும் நித்யன். பேரறிவு பொருள் நித்யன் உலகாளும் ஊரை மன்னவர் கழித்தவன் அர்த்தநாரீஸ்வரனாக அருள் செய்திட்டே எம்மை ஆட்கொண்டிடும் நித்யன் அண்ணாமலை அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான். புவி எண்ணாத யோகமே கொண்டிட நித்யன் ஈரேழு லோகத்திற்கெட்டா. ஈசன் முக்தி நெறி அருளவே நித்யனாய் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான். நித்யன் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான். பிறவி பிறவியாய் தேவர்கள் பரம்பொருளான பரமனையை தேட ஈசன் பிறவாமல் ஆட்கொண்டு எம்மை ஒரு தத்துவம் தன்னை உரைத்திட நித்யனாய். பிறவி பிறவியாய் தேவர்கள் பரம்பொருளான பரமனையை தேட ஈசன் பிறவாமல் ஆட்கொண்டு எம்மை ஒரு தத்துவம் தன்னை உரைத்திட நித்யனாய் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான். புவி எண்ணாத யோகமே கொண்டிட நித்யன் ஈரேழு லோகத்திற்கெட்டா. ஈசன் முக்தி நெறி அருளவே நித்யனாய் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான். திருவண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான். எண்ணிலா வடிவமுடையவன் என்னும் எண்ணம் கடந்த முதற் பொருளானவன். பிறவி எடுத்தே சலிக்க அருள் தாகத்தை தீர்த்தன் வினைகள் களைந்தான். எண்ணிலா வடிவமுடையவன் என்னும் எண்ணம் கடந்த முதற் பொருளானவன். பிறவி எடுத்தே சலிக்க அருள் தாகத்தை தீர்த்தன் வினைகள் களைந்தான். அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான். புவி எண்ணாத யோகமே கொண்டிட நித்யன் ஈரேழு லோகத்திற்கெட்டா. ஈசன் முக்தி நெறி அருளவே நித்யனாய் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான். நித்யன் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான். ஆனந்தமாய் என்னுள் நித்யன் முக்தி மார்க்கத்தை காட்டி விட்டிருந்தருள்வான். மாலையன் காணாத சோதியன் தெளித்தேனாய் நித்திட ஞானம் அருள்வான். ஆனந்தமாய் என்னுள் நித்யன் முக்தி மார்க்கத்தை காட்டி விட்டிருந்தருள்வான். மாலையன் காணாத சோதியன் தெளித்தேனாய் நித்திட ஞானம் அருள்வான். அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான். புவி எண்ணாத யோகமே கொண்டிட நித்யன் ஈரேழு லோகத்திற்கெட்டா. ஈசன் முக்தி நெறி அருளவே நித்யனாய் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான். நித்யன் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான். நித்யனாய் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான். நித்யன் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான். நித்யனை பற்றுவதொன்றே உபாயம் என்பதானால் பற்றி பீடித்தோம். நித்யன் பாதம் ஒன்றே சதம் அவன் நாமம் சொல்லியே நித்யானந்தம் கொள்ளுவோம். நித்யனை பற்றுவதொன்றே உபாயம் என்பதானால் பற்றி பீடித்தோம். நித்யம் பாதம் ஒன்றே சதம் அவன் நாமம் சொல்லியே நித்யானந்தம் கொள்ளுவோம். அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான். புவி எண்ணாத யோகமே கொண்டிட நித்யன் ஈரேழு லோகத்திற்கெட்டா. ஈசன் முக்தி நெறி அருளவே நித்யனாய் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான். திருவண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான். ஓம் ஜெய் நித்யானந்தா ஜெய் ஜெய் நித்யானந்தா.
ஆனந்த கந்த நிவாசா நித்யானந்தா.
ஓம் ஜெய் நித்யானந்தா ஜெய் ஜெய் நித்யானந்தா.
கங்காதர ஆத்மநாதா நித்யானந்தா.
ஆலிலை கண்ணனாய் நீ வந்த போது ஆலமரத்தடி மன்னனாய் வந்தாய்.
நித்யனே வாழ்ந்திடும் பாதையை கண்டோம்.
காவியில் வந்தெந்தன் ஆவியை வென்றாய்.
வெள்ளையில் வந்துள்ளம் கொள்ளை நீ கொண்டாய்.
மதிமுகம் கண்டு மதிமயங்கினேன்.
நிம்மதி தந்து நிம்மதி வளரச் செய்தாயே.
விண்ணுலக ஸ்வர்க்கம் மண்ணில் நடந்தது.
உந்தன் பாதம் என்ற உருவில்
ஏனென்று இன்றுதான் புரிந்ததையா.
நான் வந்த காரணம் தாயின் கருவில்.
ஓம் ஜெய் நித்யானந்தா ஜெய் ஜெய் நித்யானந்தா.
ஆனந்த கந்த நிவாசா நித்யானந்தா.
ஓம் ஜெய் ஜெய் நித்யானந்தா ஜெய் ஜெய் நித்யானந்தா
கங்காதர ஆத்மநாதா நித்யானந்தா
யோகமும் நீயன நித்தியமும் நீயன
உணர்த்திடும் தேவாயன் நித்ய யோகேஷா
திருத்தினி நான் காணேன் திருந்தினி நான் வாழேன்
பூமியை படைத்த புண்ணியனேவா
குரு திருப்பதமே திருப்பதி அல்லவா
குருவில் வந்த பராசக்தி சொல்லவா
சகலமும் நீயே சரணமும் நீயே
சத்தியம் சொல்லிடும் சத்குரு தேவா
சங்கடங்கள் தீர்க்கும் சங்கரன் நேசா
நித்யம் ஆனந்தமே நித்ய புரிஷா
அகத்தினில் யமபயம் போக்கிய நேசா
ஜெகமெங்கும் ஜெயமே ஜெய் ஜெகதீஷா
ஓம் ஜெய் நித்யானந்தா ஜெய் ஜெய் நித்யானந்தா
ஆனந்த கந்த நிவாசா நித்யானந்தா
ஓம் ஜெய் நித்யானந்தா ஜெய் ஜெய் நித்யானந்தா
கங்காதர ஆத்மநாதா நித்யானந்தா
சின்ன கதை என்று சொல்லி சொல்லியே
எண்ணத்தின் மாசெல்லாம் எரிந்தாய் கிளியே
உள்வீணை யாவுமே உன்னை கண்டோடுது
பாழாய் போன மனம் பளிங்காக மாறுது
வாழ்ந்திட எமக்கு நின் தோளை தந்து
பிறர் வாழ்த்திட வைத்திய கோலை தந்தாயே
ஆனந்த தாயே எமை காக்க வந்தாய்
ஆழி சுழுலகினில் பிணி போக்கி நின்றாய்
ஆனந்த கந்தத்தில் குடிகொண்டு நீயும்
செய்தாய் அங்கே ஆயிரம் விந்தையே
ஆனந்த பூரியில் நாங்கள் வசிக்க
இல்லம் தந்தாய் அன்பு தந்தையே
ஓம் ஜெய் நித்யானந்தா ஜெய் ஜெய் நித்யானந்தா
ஆனந்த கந்த நிவாசா நித்யானந்தா
ஓம் ஜெய் நித்யானந்தா ஜெய் ஜெய் நித்யானந்தா
கங்காதர ஆத்மநாதா நித்யானந்தா
பெண்மையின் தீண்டாமை அழித்த தலைவி
உண்மையில் உரிமை அளித்த இறைவி
3 லோகம் ஆளும் நித்யேஸ்வரி தாய்
ॐ नित्यानन्देश्वर परमशिवसमारम्भाम् नित्यानन्देश्वरि परमशक्तिमध्यमाम् अस्मदाचार्यपर्यन्ताम् वन्दे गुरुपरम्पराम् I welcome you all with my love and respects. I welcome all the devotees, disciples, Samajis, Satsangis, Shrimahans, Mahants, Tanedar Kotari, visitors, viewers, sitting with us all over the world. I welcome all of you with my love and blessings. Paramashiva's message directly from Kailasa. Listen. Conscious sovereignty manifesting in you empowers you, enlightens you, elevates you in every situation
every level of life. Human beings should focus on manifesting their conscious sovereignty and creating an ecosystem where they can support themselves and others to manifest the conscious sovereignty. Understand? I want to tell you one powerful teaching I received from my Guru, Arunagiri Yogeshwara. See, my Guru, extremely loving and caring. Extremely loving and caring. The amount of love, care, energy, best things he has showered and showering on me is unimaginable. Same way, extremely stern means ferocious to correct me. I still remember one incident. I carried food for him from home in the brass vessel. Fortunately, we have got that vessel. My mother saved it and still we have. That vessel is directly touched by Arunagiri Yogeshwara. It is there with us. He ate from that vessel and he gave me few morsels of food and I also ate. While eating, few grains fell on the ground. Then after a few minutes, he washed his hands, I washed my hands. We both were sitting and talking. That few rice grains fell on the floor. Few ants have come and they were trying to take it. I was shocked to see the ants near him to protect him. I wanted to kill that ants. So I was about to kill. He immediately, very ferociously stopped me and said, "Do you see? The ants are not even coming near my body. They are just taking their food and going. They are only coming and picking their food and they are going. They are not coming near me." I said, "Yes." He asked me, "Then why are you trying to kill them? See, if they are coming towards me and you're trying to kill them, it can be justified. Yes, protecting Guru is the highest dharma. Nothing else is a dharma. Protecting Guru is the highest dharma. All other dharma is next. Yes. But you are seeing very clearly they are going in a different direction. They are not even coming anywhere near me. Don't you see? Just your casual decision to kill them, you are trying to justify, cover it up, even inside you as a protection for Guru." I saw very clearly. I just got irritated about those ants being there. I did not want them. I want to throw them out. That was the instinct with which I took the decision. of killing or driving. But when he questioned me, suddenly, spontaneously, I told it is to protect the Guru. Having one intention and uttering another on intention is cunningness. That's what he exactly taught me. He said, cunningness is mental disorder. Oh God, it was a shock for me. Listen. He said, your intention to kill those ants was more like a casual. They are powerless creatures. What they can do? Just to show your power. And you did not even completely look in, get involved, whether they are really harmful to the Guru. You just want to brush them aside because you got irritated or whatever may be the reason. Or even no reason, just casually. But when Guru asked, you suddenly changed. Even you started believing inside. So spontaneously you created the false intention, the wrong lie. Such spontaneous lie not only you uttered the lie that you wanted to protect the Guru, that is why you are trying to kill the ant, even you started believing it. You are so ferocious. Of course, I understood and immediately I apologized to him. Yes, Bhagavan. Yes, Swamiji. Then he told me, do you know how many janmas that ant has to take to grow from that single cell to the ant body? All these years, that ant worked for its conscious sovereignty. He used the word Siddhi. Atma Siddhi. He used the word. The ant worked for conscious sovereignty. And by this food touched by me, Arunagiri Yogeshwara, by touched by him, if the ant eats, it is going to just raise its consciousness much more and it may just have a next birth itself as a human body. And how can you interfere in that flow of elevation and kill an ant? Actually, I tell you, this incident woke me up to the reality of dharma and karma. We should make all decisions based on dharma, not on social comfort and material world comfort and cunning strategies. I could see very clearly how we make cunning strategies based on situation and never based on dharma, the right. What is right? Many times we don't even want to spend time to know what is right. Easy way out. What is easy way out? And what is the way best we can get out of a situation? I was shocked how just for our easy way out, we are ready to kill life.
Listen. Actually, that incident has taught me so many things. He made a statement in Tamil. எண்ணம் மாற்றி இயங்குவது கபடத்தனம், அதைத் தானே நம்புவது பைத்தியம். I'll translate. See, having one intention and expressing another intention is cunningness. And even you believing you start believing the false intention you expressed as your intention is madness, mental disorder. He says cunningness is mental disorder. Not only that, that incident taught me the importance of consciousness. He was very stern. Multiple things he taught me. Layers and layers of truths. Actually, he taught me the dharma from which I have to administer the Kailasa. He says very clearly. Many times he has showed me very clearly. Love, personal relationship should encourage you to follow more and more dharma. He used to tell the Guru Bhakti between me, my Guru Bhakti for Arunagiri Yogeshwara, my Guru. He used to tell me, my Guru Bhakti for my Guru should more and more make me dharmic, not cunning and exploitative. Oh, I know my Guru will do anything for me. I'll try to use it for my cunningness. No. He says very clearly, use the energy I am giving to make yourself powerful, energetic, healthy, not to grow your tumors. That will be dangerous for you. I have seen many times. The disciples who used my love, my energy, my care for growing spiritually, they always reached conscious sovereignty, more and more enlightenment, best things. People who used cunningly the energy, love, attention, anything I give to grow their tumors, always suffered. He was absolutely loving and absolutely ferocious. I tell you, that is my dharma. I learned from my Guru. I'll be absolutely loving to empower you and absolutely ferocious to remove the cancerous tumors from you and cure you, heal you, protect you. Cunningness is mental disorder. Exploiting mental setup is mental disorder. Manipulating is mental disorder. It actually destroys you more than the people you think you are exploiting. Integrity is the most beautiful, powerful, successful strategy to manifest conscious sovereignty. Start practicing that integrity with Guru. It's very easy. It's very easy because how many ever times you fail, he will be ferocious. He will raise you, train you, but he will never give up on you. I never give up on people. It's not that I did not have my struggles or fail, collapse with my gurus or my integrity with my gurus. I still remember once Upamal was forcing me to drink neem juice with some aushadhi. Aushadhi is the medicines given to detox, remove the parasites from the body to make me manifest Nirvikalpa Samadhi and other powers. It was so bitter. I poured as if I am drinking, but I poured it in the side and the whole thing went away in the side. And I cheated my guru who worked to make that aushadhi for so many hours in that old age because it was so bitter. Then I sat in the meditation. In 2 seconds, she found out I did not drink because she knows if I drink, what will be the effect on my system. She laughed and said, I know you will do that. That's why I have a second glass reserved. And she took that second glass and gave. Simply I have to drink. It was extremely bitter, but within half an hour, not only my stomach got cleansed, my intestine got the ability to rejuvenate itself continuously. That is why when this culinary gang multiple times slow poisoned me and poisoned me, not only I did not die, the system cleansed itself. That system detoxed itself and protected itself. Listen carefully. It's not that I did not play all these ups, downs, games with my gurus. But they may be ferocious with me to train me, but never gave up on me. All of you guys, I give that assurance. Don't leave, that's all. If you leave, I cannot do anything. Don't leave. Without leaving, any ups and downs, I will never give up on you. I will only try to work with you. Because that is the dharma I learned from my gurus. I will only make you conscious sovereign. I will only do, I will be ferocious. But I will not give up on you. I'll make you enlightened. I'll make you conscious sovereign. I'll make you experience conscious sovereignty. Actually, after drinking that aushadhi, she felt so sad
that she has to make me drink all these bitter things. She gave me one very powerful technique, like a tip. She said, hey, listen, all bitterness will create resistance in you only when you can breathe. So just close both the nostrils and drink. Simply that whole thing will go inside the stomach till it goes and settles, till it moves. If your prana doesn't move, you will not feel the bitterness, or you will not feel like throwing up. And I want to tell you all, guys, try this. Whenever you need to drink neem juice or any other bitter medicines, just hold both the nostrils and drink. That's all. You will not feel like vomiting or throwing up. You will not suffer the bitterness. It's very strange. But many things my gurus taught me, very strange things. They used to tell the same way when you put the karsalangani leaf under the upper palate and rub. They used to tell till the air pops up in the ears, you should do at least 7 times. See, the kapha and pitta leaves through these 5 holes, like both the eyes and both the nostril and the mouth, in liquid or semi-solid form. But through the ears, it goes out through in the form of air. So, once you rub under your upper palate this karsalangani 3-4 times, these 5 holes will release it, the liquid form and semi-solid form. But only if you do 7 times, the ears also will clear. So they used to insist I do 7 times till the ears are cleared. I used to wonder how the pitta can leave in the form of air through ears. But it is possible. It is possible. Many things they taught me are very strange, but very powerful. Listen. As you all know, that today morning, early morning, we had Nataraja Abhishekam. The cosmic dance of Paramashiva. Samadhi. Being in that cosmic dance.
a cosmic space where Paramashiva himself manifests his bliss dance as Ananda Nataraja Murti. From that space, still intensely manifesting, I bless you all. All of you who choose to trust my introduction about me as Paramashiva, doing Ananda Tandava as Ananda Nataraja. I bless all those who choose to trust and connect with this introduction of me. Let this Ananda Tandava happen in all of us. Today when I wanted to come and sit in the satsang, the message I received is the first instruction from Paramashiva is to manifest this Ananda Tandava of Paramashiva and bless all of you. And giving this truth about Dharma of the conscious sovereignty. What I received from my gurus. The logic with which conscious sovereignty functions, manifests. So if I'm not coherent in explaining today, I'm sorry for that, because still that the cosmic dance of Paramashiva is happening in me, reverberating intensely. If you are my devotee, disciple for a long time, you will know that I am extremely sincere about these rituals. Rituals are like me doing Pada Puja to my gurus. How all my disciples are extremely sincere about your Pada Puja to me, the Guru Puja to me. I am extremely sincere in my puja to my gurus. If you are a new person to Kailasa, to my Sangha, you may even feel shocked. What is this Swamiji is saying? He will do puja, ritual. But if you are my disciple, you know, I am extremely sincere about this puja and rituals. If you have been a Kailasavasi, had the opportunity of the Samibhya Mukti living around me, you will know my puja time is the best time to be around me. How I talk to each of my gurus, my Guru Parampara, how I'll pour water on each of them, do Abhishekam, keep flowers for each of them, will not miss even one. And
Puja time is the best time to be around me. Literally, you can see me talking to them, relating with them, living with them. They are never past for me. They are more vital, present. So especially this Nataraja Abhishekam, which I do it with intense Samadhi space, Nirvikalpa Samadhi, is still reverberating in me intensely. I think I sincerely feel all of you should experience it. So whoever wants to experience it, listen. Just listen to this one truth. Paramashiva himself doing this cosmic dance now. Inside me. Decide to trust this and sit with me now. You will see his cosmic bliss dance not only inside me, inside you. Inside my Chidambara. Chidambara means Chidagasa, heart center, where this Nataraja is dancing. In my Chidambara is dancing. He will dance in your Chidambara also, because all our Chidambaras are one and the same, connected. The moment you decide to trust in my Chidambara is dancing, the connection has happened. He will start dancing in your Chidambara, in your Chidakasa, heart. Listen. He is dancing right now in my heart, doing Ananda Tandava. If you decide to feel connected to this introduction of me, he will right now start dancing in your heart. So, you don't need to close your eyes. You can sit with eyes wide open. Or you can even dance. If you know Bharatanatyam, do Bharatanatyam. If you know Kuchipudi, do Kuchipudi. If you know just Gumanguttu, you do just Gumanguttu. If you know only the Kailasa Buddha Dandava, how we jump in our programs, and if you, that is called Kailasa Buddha Dandava. There is no any special knowledge required, just a bliss. Paramashiva is jumping, so we jump, that's all. Kut. If you know that, you can do anything. Just if you decide to connect, trust. Paramashiva is doing Ananda Dandava in my inner space. Understand? I am declaring very clearly. Paramashiva is doing Ananda Tandava right now in my inner space. If you decide to connect with this truth and be with me now, he will do the same Ananda Tandava in you. Let this Shaktipada and Shaktinipada happen. Enjoy, experience Ani Tirumanjanam, Natarajas Ananda Tandava Darshanam.
Taka 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 Nataraja, taka dimi taka junu Nataraja. Talang taka dimi Nataraja, dom dom taka dimi Nataraja, taka 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 Nataraja, taka dimi taka junu dom, takadimi takida dom, takida dom, takadimi dom, takida dom, takida takadimi dom, takida dom, takida takadimi dom.
ஆடுகின்றான் அவன் கூத்தனாக திருப்பாதம் தூக்கி மறையோதுகின்றான் பிறை சூடி அந்தணரின் பாடலுக்கு தினம் ஆடுகின்றான் அவன் கூத்தனாக திருப்பாதம் தூக்கி மறையோதுகின்றான் பிறை சூடி அந்தணரின் பாடலுக்கு என்று இயலிசை நாடகமாய் முத்தமிழ் இயற்றிய நாயகனே தகதிமி தாளமொடு இல்லையில் ஆடிடும் தாண்டவனே இன்மைக்கும் ஈரேழு பிறவிக்கும் துயர் நீக்க பிறந்தோடி வருகின்ற யமையாலும் நடராஜா பயமாகி மயமாகி வலியாகி ஒலியாகி சித்தத்துள் முக்தி தர நித்யனாய் வந்தவா நமச்சிவாய வாழ்க வாழ்க நாதன் தாழ் வாழ்க வாழ்க இமை பொழுதும் என் நெஞ்சில் நீங்காதான் தாழ் வாழ்க நமசிவாய வாழ்க வாழ்க நாதன் தாழ் வாழ்க வாழ்க இமை பொழுதும் என் நெஞ்சில் நீங்காதான் தாழ் வாழ்க அண்டாண்டம் பிண்டாண்டம் அதிலாடிய கூத்தணி நாடலை பார்த்திடவே ஆண்டாண்டு காலமோடு மானிட கூட்டமும் ஏங்கியதே ஆடுகின்றான் ஒரு பாதம் தூக்கி அவன் கூத்தனாக மறையோதுகின்றான் பிறை சூடி அந்தணரின் பாடலுக்கு திரணனா திரணனா திரணா திரணா திரணனா திரணனா திரணா திரணா சனி சரி சனி சரி சனி சரி சனி சரி சரி மபனி சனி பம பமரி சனி சரி சனி சரி சனி சரி சனி சரி சரி மபனி சனி பம பமரி சனி திரணா திரணா திரணனா திரணா திரணா tajom takida takadimi tajom takida takadimi tajom takida takadimi tajom takida takadimi சிதம்பர திரு சபையில் நயமுடன் ஆடிடும் நர்த்தனனே உமையாம்பிகை நாயகனே உன்னை பாடிட வந்தேனே நால்வர் புகழ் பாடும் ஆடிய பாதத்தை நான் தொழ வேண்டும் அடியார்க்கும் அடியோனே அண்ட சராசரனே உடுக்கை ஒளிதனிலே இருமொழியை தந்திட்ட தாண்டவனே முதல் மொழி தமிழ் மொழியாய் மறுபுறம் வடமொழி உயிர் மொழியாய் மதி மாறாமல் மனம் போகாமல் விதி சேராமல் உன்னை பற்றிடுவேன் 64 கலை கட்டிடவே அருள் புரிந்திடு எம் அம்பல தரசே அச்சை அல்ல நீ அச்சம் நீக்கவே அண்டம் வந்த என் அம்பலவாணனே நமச்சிவாய வாழ்க வாழ்க நாதன் தாழ் வாழ்க வாழ்க இமை பொழுதும் என் நெஞ்சில் நீங்காதான் தாழ் வாழ்க நமசிவாய வாழ்க வாழ்க நாதன் தாழ் வாழ்க வாழ்க இமை பொழுதும் என் நெஞ்சில் நீங்காதான் தாழ் வாழ்க ஆடுகின்றான் அவன் கூத்தனாக திருப்பாதம் தூக்கி மறையோதுகின்றான் பிறை சூடி அந்தணரின் பாடலுக்கு தினம் ஆடுகின்றான் ஒரு பாதம் தூக்கி அவன் கூத்தனாக மறையோதுகின்றான் பிறை சூடி அந்தணரின் பாடலுக்கு இயலிசை நாடகமாய் முத்தமிழ் இயற்றிய நாயகனே தகதிமி தாளமொடு இல்லையில் ஆடிடும் தாண்டவனே பயமாகி மயமாகி வலியாகி ஒலியாகி சித்தத்துள் முக்தி தர நித்யனாய் வந்தவா நமச்சிவாய வாழ்க வாழ்க நாதன் தாழ் வாழ்க வாழ்க இமை பொழுதும் என் நெஞ்சில் நீங்காதான் தாழ் வாழ்க நமசிவாய வாழ்க வாழ்க நாதன் தாழ் வாழ்க வாழ்க இமை பொழுதும் என் நெஞ்சில் நீங்காதான் தாழ் வாழ்க நமசிவாய வாழ்க 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 இமை பொழுதும் நமசிவாய இமை பொழுதும் வாழ்க வாழ்க இமை பொழுதும் என் நெஞ்சில் நீங்காதான் வாழ்க
taka 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 நடராஜா தகதிமி தக்க ஜுனு நடராஜா தலாங்கு தக்கதிமி நடராஜா தோம் தோம் தக்கதிமி நடராஜா தக்க 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 நடராஜா தகதிமி தக்க ஜுனு நடராஜா தலாங்கு தக்கதிமி நடராஜா தக்கிட்டதும் தக்கிட்டதும் தக்கத்தின் தக்கிட்டதும் தக்கிட்டதும் தக்கத்தின் தோம் தக்கிட்டதும் தக்கிட்ட தக்கத்தின் தோம் தக்கிட்டதும் தக்கிட்ட தக்கத்தின் தான்
ஆடுகின்றான் அவன் கூத்தனாக திருப்பாதம் தூக்கி மறையோதுகின்றான் பிறை சூடி அந்தணரின் பாடலுக்கு தினம் ஆடுகின்றான் அவன் கூத்தனாக திருப்பாதம் தூக்கி மறையோதுகின்றான் பிறை சூடி அந்தணரின் பாடலுக்கு என்று இயலிசை நாடகமாய் முத்தமிழ் இயற்றிய நாயகனே தகதிமி தாளமொடு இல்லையில் ஆடிடும் தாண்டவனே இன்மைக்கும் ஈரேழு பிறவிக்கும் துயர் நீக்க பிறைந்தோடி வருகின்ற யமையாலும் நடராஜா பயமாகி மயமாகி வலியாகி ஒளியாகி சித்தத்துள் முக்தி தர நித்யனாய் வந்தவா நமச்சிவாய வாழ்க வாழ்க நாதன் தாழ் வாழ்க வாழ்க இமை பொழுதும் என் நெஞ்சில் நீங்காதான் தாழ் வாழ்க நமசிவாய வாழ்க வாழ்க நாதன் தாழ் வாழ்க வாழ்க இமை பொழுதும் என் நெஞ்சில் நீங்காதான் தாழ் வாழ்க அண்டாண்டம் பிண்டாண்டம் அதில் ஆடிய கூத்தணி நாடலை பார்த்திடவே ஆண்டாண்டு காலமொடு மானிட கூட்டமும் ஏங்கியதே ஆடுகின்றான் ஒரு பாதம் தூக்கி அவன் கூத்தனாக மறையோதுகின்றான் பிறை சூடி அந்தணரின் பாடலுக்கு திரணனா திரணனா திரணா திரணா திரணனா திரணனா திரணா திரணா சனி சரி சனி சரி சனி சரி சனி சரி சரி மபனி சனி பம பமரி சனி சரி சனி சரி சனி சரி சனி சரி சரி மபனி சனி பம பமரி திரணனா திரணா 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 tajom takida takadimi tajom takida takadimi tajom takida takadimi tajom takida takadimi சிதம்பர திருசபையில் நயமுடன் ஆடிடும் நர்த்தனனே உமையாம்பிகை நாயகனே உன்னை பாடிட வந்தேனே நால்வர் புகழ் பாடும் ஆடிய பாதத்தை நான் தொழ வேண்டும் அடியார்க்கும் அடியோனே அண்ட சராசரனே உடுக்கை ஒளிதனிலே இருமொழியை தந்திட்ட தாண்டவனே முதல் மொழி தமிழ் மொழியாய் மறுபுறம் வடமொழி உயிர் மொழியாய் மதி மாறாமல் மனம் போகாமல் விதி சேராமல் உன்னை பற்றிடுவேன் 64 கலை கட்டிடவே அருள் புரிந்திடு எம் அம்பல தரசே அற்றை அல்ல நீ அச்சம் நீக்கவே அண்டம் வந்த என் அம்பலவாணனே நமச்சிவாய வாழ்க வாழ்க நாதன் தாழ் வாழ்க வாழ்க இமை பொழுதும் என் நெஞ்சில் நீங்காதான் தாழ் வாழ்க நமசிவாய வாழ்க வாழ்க நாதன் தாழ் வாழ்க வாழ்க இமை பொழுதும் என் நெஞ்சில் நீங்காதான் தாழ் வாழ்க ஆடுகின்றான் அவன் கூத்தனாக திருப்பாதம் தூக்கி மறையோதுகின்றான் பிறை சூடி அந்தணரின் பாடலுக்கு தினம் ஆடுகின்றான் ஒரு பாதம் தூக்கி அவன் கூத்தனாக மறையோதுகின்றான் பிறை சூடி அந்தணரின் பாடலுக்கு இயலிசை நாடகமாய் முத்தமிழ் இயற்றிய நாயகனே தகதிமி தாளமொடு இல்லையில் ஆடிடும் தாண்டவனே பயமாகி மயமாகி வலியாகி ஒளியாகி சித்தத்துள் முக்தி தர நித்யனாய் வந்தவா நமச்சிவாய வாழ்க வாழ்க நாதன் தாழ் வாழ்க வாழ்க இமை பொழுதும் என் நெஞ்சில் நீங்காதான் தாழ் வாழ்க நமசிவாய வாழ்க வாழ்க நாதன் தாழ் வாழ்க வாழ்க இமை பொழுதும் என் நெஞ்சில் நீங்காதான் தாழ் வாழ்க நமசிவாய வாழ்க 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 இமை பொழுதும் இமை பொழுதும் இமை பொழுதும் என் நெஞ்சில் நீங்காதான் வாழ்க
மன்னாதி பூதமோடு விண்ணாதி அண்டம் நீ எனக்குயிரும் நீ பிறவும் நீ ஒருவன் நீயே வேதாதி வேதம் நீ பாதாதி கேகம் நீ பெற்ற தாய் தந்தை நீயே பொன்னும் நீ பொருளும் நீ இருளும் நீ ஒளியும் நீ போதிக்க வந்த குரு நீ புகழோடா கிரகங்கள் ஒன்பதும் நீ இந்த புவனங்கள் பெற்றவனும் நீ என்னறிய ஜீவ கோடிகள் ஈந்த அப்பனே என் குறைகள் யார் குறைப்பே குறை தீர்க்கும் தூயவா குன்றம் போல் நின்றவா நித்யானந்த தேவா குறை தீர்க்கும் தூயவா குன்றம் போல் நின்றவா நித்யானந்த தேவா மாலாட மழுவாட மதியாட புனலாட மங்கை சிவகாமியாட மாலாட நூலாட மறையாட திரையாட மறை தந்த பிரம்மனாட கோனாட வானுலகு கூட்டமெல்லாம் ஆட குஞ்சர முகத்தராட குண்டலமிரண்டாட தண்டை புலி உடையாட குழந்தை முருகேசனாட ஞான சம்பந்தரோடு இந்திரர் 18 முனியாட பாலகராட நரை தும்பையருமாட நந்தி வாகனமாட நாட்டிய பெண்களாட வினையோடு உனை பாட எனை நாடி இது வேளை விருதோடி ஆடி வருவாய் ஆனந்தமயமாக ஆடி வரும் தேவனே நித்யானந்த தேவா ஆனந்தமயமாக ஆடி வரும் தேவனே நித்யானந்த தேவா கடலென்ற புவி மீதில் அலை என்ற ஒரு கொண்டு கனவென்ற வாழ்வை நம்பி காத்தென்ற மூவாசை மாறுதச் சுழலிலே கட்டுண்டு நித்தம் நித்தம் உடலென்ற கும்பிக்கு உணவென்ற இறை தேடி ஓயாமல் இரவு பகலும் உண்டுறங்குவதை கண்டதே அல்லாமல் ஒரு பயன் அடைந்தினேனே தடமென்ற மிடிகரையில் பந்த மாசங்களெனும் தாபர பின்னலிட்டு தாயென்று தேயென்று நீ என்று நான் என்று தமிழேனையும் வண்ணமா இடையென்று கடை நின்று ஏனென்று கேளாதிருப்பதும் அழகாகுமோ இன்னனை தீர்க்கவே என் முகம் காட்டிவா இனியனே நித்யனேவா இன்னலை தீர்க்கவே என் முகம் காட்டிவா இனியனே நித்யனேவா சூனியமல்ல வைப்பல்ல மாரணம் தம்பனம் வசியமல்ல பாதாள வஞ்சனம் பரகாய பிரவேசம் அதுவல்ல ஜாலமல்ல அம்பு குண்டுகள் விலகும் ஒளியும் மந்திரமல்ல, ஆகாய குளிகை அல்ல. அன்போடு செய்கின்ற வாதமோடிகள் அல்ல, அரிய மோகனம் அல்ல. கும்பமுனி மச்சமுனி தட்டமுனி பிரம்மரிஷி கொங்கனர் புலிப்பாணியும் போராக்கர் வள்ளுவர் போகமுனி இவரெல்லாம் கூறிடும் வைத்தியமல்ல. என் மனது உன்னடி விட்டு நீங்காது நிலை நிற்கவே புகழ வருவாய். என் மனதில் நீங்காது நின்றிடும் நீசனே நித்யானந்தரேவா. என் மனதில் நீங்காது நின்றிடும் நீசனே நித்யானந்தரேவா. வந்தேன் என்று ஆயிரம் சொல்லியும் செவியென்ன மந்தமுண்டு. நுட்பநெறி அறியாத பிள்ளையை பெற்ற பின்னோக்காத தந்தையுண்டோ. தந்தமும் தஞ்சம் என்றடியை பிடித்த பின் தளராத நெஞ்சமுண்டோ. தந்தி முகன் அருமுகன் இரு பிள்ளை இல்லையோ, தந்தை நீ மலடுதாரோ. விந்தையும் ஜாலமும் உன்னிடம் இருக்குதே, வினையொன்றும் அருகினேனே. வேதமும் சாஸ்திரமும் உன்னையே புகழுதே, வேடிக்கை இது வல்லவோ. உலகீரேழுமே அளித்தாய், இனிமே நான் உன்னை விடுவதில்லை. எப்பிறவி எடுத்தாலும் உன் பதம் வேண்டுமே நித்யானந்த குருவே. எப்பிறவி எடுத்தாலும் உன் பதம் வேண்டுமே நித்யானந்த குருவே. வழிகண்டு உன்னடியை துதியாத போதிலும் வாஞ்சையில்லாத போதும், வாலாயமாய் கோயில் சுற்றாத போதிலும் பஞ்சமே செய்த போதும், மகனை முகனை இல்லாமலே பாடினும் மூர்க்கனே முகடாகினும், மோசமே செய்யினும் தேசமே கவரினும் முழுகாமியே ஆகினும். பழியன கல்லவே தாய் தந்தை கல்லவோ, பார்த்தவர்கள் சொல்லார்களோ. பாரறிய மனைவிக்கு பாதி உடலீந்தரி, பாலகனை காக்கோனாதோ. எழில் பெரிய அண்டங்கள் அடுக்காய் அமைத்தனி, என் குறைகள் தீர்த்தல் பெரிதோ. என் குற்றம் போக்கியே என் மனம் குளிர வரும் நித்யானந்த குருவே. என் குற்றம் போக்கியே என் மனம் குளிர வரும் நித்யானந்த குருவே. அன்னை தந்த கைகள் என்னை ஈன்றதற்கழுவேனோ, அறிவிலாதற்கழுவேனோ. அல்லாமல் நான் முகன் தன்னையே நோவேனோ, ஆசை மூன்று கழுவேனோ. பிறப்பென்ன வினை செய்தேன் என்றழுவேனோ, மூட அறிவு கழுவேனோ. முள்ளிலன் வினை வந்து மூழும் என்றழுவெனோ முக்தி வரும் என்றுணர்வனோ தன்னை நுந்தழுவேனோ உன்னை நுந்தழுவேனோ தவம் என்ன என்றழுவேனோ தையலார் கழுவேனோ மெய் வளர்க்க அழுவேனோ தரித்திர திசை கழுவேனோ இன்னும் என்ன பிறவி வருமோ என்று அழுவேனோ எல்லாம் உரைக்க வருவாய் மானிட பிறப்பருக்கும் மாறாத மாயனே நித்யானந்தனேவா மானிட பிறப்பருக்கும் மாறாத மாயனே நித்யானந்தனேவா தாயாமுன் மரமீது பூ பிஞ்சறுத்தனோ கண்ணியர்கள் பழி கொண்டேனோ கடனென்று பொருள் பறித்தே வயிறு எரித்தேனோ கிளை வழியில் உள்ளிட்டேனோ தாயாருடன் பிறவிக்கென்ன வினை செய்தேனோ தந்த பொருள் இல்லை என்றேனோ நான் என்று கருவித்து கொலை களவு செய்தேனோ தவசிகளை ஏதினேனோ வாயார பொய் சொல்லி வீண் பொருள் பறித்தேனோ வானவரை பழித்திட்டேனோ வடவு போல பிறரை சேர்க்காதடித்தேனோ வந்த பின் என் செய்தேனோ ஈயாத லோபி என்றே பெயர் எடுத்தேனோ எல்லாம் பொறுத்தருள்வாய் பொறுமையின் சீலனே இன்முகநேயனே நித்யானந்தனேவா பொறுமையின் சீலனே இன்முகநேயனே நித்யானந்தனேவா தாயாரிருந்தென்ன தந்தையுமிருந்தென்ன தன் பிறவி உறவு கோடி தனமலை குவித்தென்ன கனப்பெயர் எடுத்தென்ன தாரணியை ஆண்டும் என்ன சேயர்கள் இருந்தென்ன குருவாயிருந்தென்ன சீடர்கள் இருந்தும் என்ன சித்துகள் பலவும் கத்தென்ன நித்தமும் விரதங்கள் செய்ததென்ன நதிகளெல்லாம் ஓயாது மூழ்கினும் என்ன பலன் யமன் ஓலையை தடுக்குமோ இதுவெல்லாம் தந்தையின் உறவென்றுதானே உன்னிரு பாதம் பிடித்தேன் யார் மீது உன் மனம் இருந்தாலும் உன் கடை கண் பார்வை அது போதுமே உன் கடை கண் பார்வை என் மீது நின்றிட அருள்கின்ற நித்யனேவா உன் கடை கண் பார்வை என் மீது நின்றிட அருள்கின்ற நித்யனேவா இன்னமும் சொல்லவோ உன் மனம் கல்லோ இரும்போ பெரும் பாறையோ இரு செவியும் மந்தமோ கேளாது அந்தமோ இது உனக்கு அழகுதானோ என்னென்ன மோகமோ இது என்ன சாபமோ இதுவே உன் செய்கைதானோ? இரு பிள்ளை தாபமோ, யார் மீது கோபமோ, ஆனாலும் நான் விடுவேனோ? உனை விட்டு எங்கு சென்றாலும் விடலாவேனோ, உனை அடுத்தும் கெடுவேனோ? இது உன் குற்றம், என் குற்றம் ஒன்றுமில்லை, உற்றுப்பார் பெற்றவையா. என் குற்றமாயினும் உன் குற்றமாயினும் இனி அருளை அளிக்க வருவாய். விந்தைகள் புரிந்திடும் விமலனே, அருள் தரும் தீரனே, நித்யனேவா. விந்தைகள் புரிந்திடும் விமலனே, அருள் தரும் தீரனே, நித்யனேவா. சனி ராகு கேது புதன் சுக்கிரன் செவ்வாய் ஒரு சந்திரன் சூரியன் சற்றெனக்குள்ளாக்கி ராசி 12ஐயும் சமமாய் நிறுத்தியுடனே மணியொத்த நட்சத்திரங்கள் 27 பக்குவப்படுத்தி பின்னால் பகர்கின்ற கிரணங்கள் 11ஐயும் வெட்டி பலரையும் அதட்டி என் முன் போலவே பேசி கெடு நினைவு நினைக்கின்ற கசடர்களையும் கசக்கி கர்த்தனின் தொண்டராம் தொண்டர்க்கு தொண்டரின் தொண்டர்கள் கொழும்பராக்கி இனிய மனம் கொண்டிடும் நித்யபுரி நித்யனை என ஆழ்வதும் கடன்கான் கோடியில் ஒருவனே ஜீவனில் ஜீவனி நித்யானந்தனேவா. கோடியில் ஒருவனே ஜீவனில் ஜீவனி நித்யானந்தனேவா. கோடியில் ஒருவனே ஜீவனில் ஜீவனி நித்யானந்தனேவா. நித்யானந்தனேவா. மன்னாதி பூதமோடு விண்ணாதி அண்டம் நீ மறை 4 அடிமுடியும் நீ மரியும் நீ ரவியும் நீ புனலும் நீ அனலும் நீ மண்டலம் 2 நீ பெண்ணும் நீ ஆணும் நீ பல்லுயிர்க்குயிரும் நீ பிறவும் நீ ஒருவன் நீயே வேதாதி வேதம் நீ பாதாதி கேசம் நீ பெற்ற தாய் தந்தை நீயே பொன்னும் நீ பொருளும் நீ இருளும் நீ ஒளியும் நீ போதிக்க வந்த குரு நீ புகழோடா கிரகங்கள் 9 நீ இந்த புவனங்கள் பெற்றவனும் நீ என்னறிய ஜீவ கோடிகள் ஈந்த அப்பனே என் குறைகள் யார் குறைப்பே குறை தீர்க்கும் தூயவா குன்றம் போல் நின்றவா நித்யானந்தனே குறை தீர்க்கும் தூயவா குன்றம் போல் நின்றவா நித்யானந்த தேவா. மானாட மழுவாட மதியாட புனலாட மங்கை சிவகாமியாட மாலாட நூலாட மறையாட திரையாட மறை தந்த பிரம்மனாட கோனாட வானுலகு கூட்டமெல்லாம் ஆட குஞ்சர முகத்தராட குண்டலமிரண்டாட தண்டை புலி உடையாட குழந்தை முருகேசனாட சம்பந்தரோடு இந்திரர் 18 முனியாட பாலகராட நரை தும்பையருமாட நந்தி வாகனமாட நாட்டிய பெண்களாட பாட எனை நாடி இது வேளை விருதோடி ஆடி வருவாய் ஆனந்தமயமாக ஆடி வரும் தேவனே நித்யானந்த தேவா. ஆனந்தமயமாக ஆடி வரும் தேவனே நித்யானந்த தேவா. கடலென்ற புவி மீதில் அலையென்ற ஒரு கொண்டு கனவென்ற வாழ்வை நம்பி காத்தென்ற மூவாசை மாறுதச் சுழலிலே கட்டுண்டு நித்தம் நித்தம் உடலென்ற கும்பிக்கு உணவென்ற இறை தேடி ஓயாமல் இரவு பகலும் உண்டுறங்குவதை கண்டதே அல்லாமல் ஒரு பயன் அடைந்தினேனே. தடமென்ற விடிகரையில் பந்த மாசங்களெனும் தாபர பின்னலிட்டு தாயென்று தேயென்று நீ என்று நான் என்று தமிழேனையும் வண்ணமா இடையென்று கடை நின்று ஏனென்று கேளாதிருப்பதும் அழகாகுமோ. இன்னலை தீர்க்கவே என் முகம் காட்டிவா இனியனே நித்யனேவா. இன்னலை தீர்க்கவே என் முகம் காட்டிவா இனியனே நித்யனேவா. சூனியமல்ல வைப்பல்ல மாரணம் தம்பனம் வசியமல்ல பாதாள வஞ்சனம் பரகாய பிரவேசம் அதுவல்ல ஜாலமல்ல. அம்பு குண்டுகள் விலகும் ஒளியும் மந்திரமல்ல ஆகாய குளிகை அல்ல அன்போடு செய்கின்ற வாதமோடிகள் அல்ல அரிய மோகனம் அல்ல. கும்பமுனி மச்சமுனி சட்டமுனி பிரம்மரிஷி கொங்கனர் புலிப்பாணியும் போராக்கர் வள்ளுவர் போகமுனி இவரெல்லாம் கூறிடும் வைத்தியமல்ல. என் மனது உன்னடி விட்டு நீங்காது நிலை நிற்கவே புகழ வருவாய். என் மனதில் நீங்காது நின்றிடும் நீசனே நித்யானந்த தேவா. என் மனதில் நீங்காது நின்றிடும் நீச ஈசனே நித்யானந்தரேவா. நொந்து வந்தேன் என்று 1000 சொல்லியும் செவியென்ன மந்தமுண்டு. நுட்பநெறி அறியாத பிள்ளையை பெற்ற பின்னோக்காத தந்தையுண்டோ. கந்தமும் தஞ்சம் என்றடியை பிடித்த பின் தளராத நெஞ்சமுண்டோ. தந்தி முகன் அருமுகன் இரு பிள்ளை இல்லையோ தந்தை நீ மலடுதாரோ. விந்தையும் ஜாலமும் உன்னிடம் இருக்குதே வினையொன்றும் அறிகினேனே. வேதமும் சாஸ்திரமும் உன்னையே புகழுதே வேடிக்கை இது வல்லவோ. இந்த உலகீரேழுமே அளித்தாய் இனிமே நான் உன்னை விடுவதில்லை. எப்பிறவி எடுத்தாலும் உன் பதம் வேண்டுமே நித்யானந்த குருவே. எப்பிறவி எடுத்தாலும் உன் பதம் வேண்டுமே நித்யானந்த குருவே. வழிகண்டு உன்னடியை துதியாத போதிலும் வாஞ்சையில்லாத போதும் வாலாயமாய் கோயில் சுற்றாத போதிலும் பஞ்சமே செய்த போதும் ஒளியகனை முகனை இல்லாமலே பாடினும் மூர்க்கனே முகடாகினும் மோசமே செய்யினும் தேசமே தவறினும் முழுகாமியே ஆகினும் பழியன கல்லவே தாய் தந்தை கல்லவோ பார்த்தவர்கள் சொல்லார்களோ. பாரறிய மனைவிக்கு பாரி உடலீந்தரி பாலகனை காக்கோனாதோ. எழில் பெரிய அண்டங்கள் அடுக்காய் அமைத்தனி என் குறைகள் தீர்த்தல் பெரிதோ. என் குற்றம் போக்கியே என் மனம் குளிரவரும் நித்யானந்த குருவே. என் குற்றம் போக்கியே என் மனம் குளிரவரும் நித்யானந்த குருவே. அன்னை தந்த கைகள் என்னை ஈந்ததற்கழுவேனோ அறிவிலாதற்கழுவேனோ. அல்லாமல் நான் முகன் தன்னையே நோவேனோ ஆசை 3 கழுவேனோ. பிறப்பென்ன வினை செய்தேன் என்றழுவேனோ மூட அறிவு கழுவேனோ. முள்ளிலன் வினை வந்து மூழும் என்றழுவேனோ முக்தி வரும் என்றுணர்வனோ. தன்னை நுந்தழுவேனோ உன்னை நுந்தழுவேனோ தவம் என்ன என்றழுவேனோ. தையலார் கழுவேனோ மெய் வளர்க்க அழுவேனோ தரித்திர திசை கழுவேனோ. இன்னும் என்ன பிறவி வருமோ என்று அழுவேனோ எல்லாம் உரைக்க வருவாய். மானிட பிறப்பருக்கும் மாறாத மாயனே நித்யானந்தரேவா. மானிட பிறப்பருக்கும் மாறாத மாயனே நித்யானந்தனேவா. தாயாமுன் மரமீது பூ பிஞ்சறுத்தரோ கண்ணியர்கள் பழி கொண்டேனோ கடனென்று பொருள் பறித்தே வயிறு எரித்தேனோ கிளை வழியில் உள்ளிட்டேனோ. தாயாருடன் பிறவிக்கென்ன வினை செய்தேனோ தந்த பொருள் இல்லை என்றேனோ நான் என்று கருவித்து கொலை களவு செய்தேனோ தவசிகளை ஏதினேனோ. வாயாரப்பை சொல்லி வீண் பொருள் பறித்தேனோ வானவரை பழித்திட்டேனோ வடவு போல பிறரை சேர்க்காதடித்தேனோ வந்த பின் என் செய்தேனோ. ஈயாத லோபி என்றே பெயர் எடுத்தேனோ எல்லாம் பொறுத்தருள்வாய் பொறுமையின் சீலனே இன்முகநேயனே நித்யானந்தனேவா. பொறுமையின் சீலனே இன்முகநேயனே நித்யானந்தனேவா. தாயாரிருந்தென்ன தந்தையுமிருந்தென்ன தன் பிறவி உறவு கோடி தனமலை குவித்தென்ன கனப்பெயர் எடுத்தென்ன தாரணியை ஆண்டும் என்ன. சேயர்கள் இருந்தென்ன குருவாயிருந்தென்ன சீடர்கள் இருந்தும் என்ன சித்துகள் பலவும் கத்தென்ன நித்தமும் விரதங்கள் செய்ததென்ன. நதிகளெல்லாம் ஓயாது மூழ்கினும் என்ன பலன் யமன் ஓலையை தடுக்குமோ இதுவெல்லாம் தந்தையின் உறவென்றுதானே உன்னிரு பாதம் பிடித்தேன். யார் மீது உன் மனம் இருந்தாலும் உன் கடை கண் பார்வை அது போதுமே. உன் கடை கண் பார்வை என் மீது நின்றிட அருள்கின்ற நித்யனேவா. உன் கடை கண் பார்வை என் மீது நின்றிட அருள்கின்ற நித்யனேவா. இன்னமும் சொல்லவோ உன் மனம் கல்லோ இரும்போ பெரும் பாறையோ இரு செவியும் அந்தமோ கேளாது அந்தமோ இது உனக்கு அழகுதானோ. என்னென்ன மோகமோ இது என்ன சாபமோ இதுவே உன் செய்கைதானோ. இரு பிள்ளை தாபமோ யார் மீது கோபமோ ஆனாலும் நான் விடுவேனோ. உனை விட்டு எங்கு சென்றாலும் விடலாவேனோ உனை அடுத்தும் கெடுவேனோ. இது உன் குற்றம் என் குற்றம் ஒன்றுமில்லை முற்றுப்பார் பெற்றவையா. குற்றமாயினும் உன் குற்றமாயினும் இனி அருளை அளிக்க வருவாய். வின் விந்தைகள் புரிந்திடும் விமலனே அருள் தரும் தீரனே நித்யனேவா. விந்தைகள் புரிந்திடும் விமலனே அருள் தரும் தீரனே நித்யனேவா. சனி ராகு கேது புதன் சுக்கிரன் செவ்வாய் குரு சந்திரன் சூரியன் சத்தெனக்குள்ளாக்கி ராசி 12ஐயும் சமமாய் நிறுத்தியுடனே மணியொத்த நட்சத்திரங்கள் 27 பக்குவப்படுத்தி பின்னால் பகர்கின்ற கிரணங்கள் 11ஐயும் வெட்டி பலரையும்
Bless you all. Let's all radiate with integrity, collective integrity, authenticity, responsibility, enriching, causing, living, Paramadvaita, Shuddhadvaita Satyam, Shuddhadvaita Saivam. The state, space, powers, being, superconsciousness and Kailasa of Paramashiva. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. The eternal bliss. Nithyananda. Be blissful.
श्रीकैलासोन्नतद्वादशान्तश्यामलापीठारूढ श्रीमीनाक्षिसुन्दरेश्वरा भिन्नस्वरूप परशिवपुत्ररत्न कुमार गुरुमण्यतुल्यावतार श्रीपार्वतीस्तन्यपानलब्धदिव्यज्ञान
Nithyanandam, Jnanapadati Manual, under the guidance of Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasanidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. Let's start with the Sadguru Vandanam. Nithyanandam Paramasukhanam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gaganasadusham Tattvamasya Lakshmyam Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshi Bhutam Bhav. Video audio recording. Important cautions. Please be aware of the important cautions. What is spa manifestation? Let's hear from Bhagavan himself explaining what is spa manifestation.
All the 25 states of consciousness, when they happen in you, due to your chemicals and hormones, ups and downs, it is powerlessness. When it happens in you, out of your free will and consciousness, it is powerfulness. That's all. When you fall into sleep, it is powerlessness. When you enter into sleep, it is powerfulness. When you fall into dream, it is powerlessness. When you decide to dream, it is powerfulness. So I have added the ultimate powerfulness
Turyatita, in your whole being and doing, manifest all the powers. Power manifestation is cognitive shift, playing with life, playing with being alive. Static matter, dynamic activity, strategic existence, all these three has no boundary. You are one with it. You are alive in everything. Everything listens to you. Everything decides as you want.
Beautifully, Bhagavan explained what is power manifestation. Everything decide as you want. Everything manifesting as you desire, as your likes, and what you want as reality, and much more. The science of power manifestation. It's a science because millions have experienced the superconscious space, and each one of you can experience that. It's the conscious breakthrough into the superconscious space, new species. The pramanas, the evidences are listed here. Just by listening to the pramanas, you can experience beyond the logical mind with self-doubt, self-denial, self-hatred. The superconscious space of Paramashiva is real. Shastra Pramana, the eternal unchangeable truth revealed in the source scriptures as Vedas and Agamas. Apta Pramana, the experience and the results of Aptas, who are the Rishis, Munis, Ganas, Nainamas, Alvars, Siddhas, Emperors, Grahasthas, who manifested all the powers of Paramashiva. Millions of them, they were the authority of Hinduism. Atma Pramana, account of His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, this millennium's avatar's personal experience of power manifestation. Bhagavan placed the Leela to showcase to the world how the conscious shift, the cognition shift can manifest the superconscious space in each one of us. Shakshi Pramana, the experience of millions of disciple devotees, followers, initiated by Bhagavan into the science of power manifestation. Bhagavan beautifully says, whoever manifests, whoever is in the oneness space with Paramashiva, simply manifest all that they want as reality. All your desires, auspiciousness, abundance, bliss, healing, everything flows through us when we reside as consciousness instead of just the matter, materialistic body. Pratyaksha Pramana, the scientific study measuring the effect of being in the enlightened state. Bhagavan Paramashiva has clearly documented in Avatar Shastra all the details of how the science has caught up with all these great things that Bhagavan is manifesting. The prefrontal cortex becomes so active and vivid, which is responsible for all discoveries, invention, and much more. Bhagavan Paramashiva gives us the Shastra Pramana for the power of Vak Shakti. The Vak Shakti, Vak, is an intra-organ. Bhagavan beautifully explains that it can manifest as the power of words just becoming reality. The power of Vak Siddhi, uttering any word and having your declaration manifest as powers, is from Shiva Samhita 3.54 verse Tritiya Patala by Ishvara. Let's go to the Shastra Pramana, eternal unchangeable truth revealed in the source scriptures.
3.54 Tritiya Patala by Ishvara. Vak siddhif kamacharitvam दूरदृष्टिस्तथैव च दूरश्रुतिः सूक्ष्मदृष्टिः परकायप्रवेशनं विन्मुद्रलेपने स्वर्ण मदृश्यकरणं तथा भवन्त्येतानि सर्वाणि कीचरत्वं च योगिनां वाक्सिद्धिः कामचारित्वं दूरदृष्टिस्तथैव च दूरश्रुतिः सूक्ष्मदृष्टिः परकायप्रवेशनं विन्मुद्रलेपने स्वर्ण मदृश्यकरणं तथा भवन्त्येतानि सर्वाणि कीचरत्वं च योगिनाम्.
Bhagavan Paramashiva beautifully says how the yogi can manifest any of the power, the Vak Shakti, how the stomach, which is the Agni, which is the Arunachala, same way the Hridaya, the Chidambara, Nataraja, Chidakasha, and the Vak is the Shakti Pita, the whole science of how we can manifest as the powers the whole, how we are in the space of oneness. Here Bhagavan says you can manifest not just the power of Vakshakti, you can manifest the clairvoyance, you can manifest doing the alchemy of turning the metal into gold, or you can even fly in air and become in oneness with invisible, and power of manifesting anything as reality. All these powers are simply manifesting through us when we are in the space of oneness, that is consciousness. Even in the sleep, when we understand the sleep and the dream, in the deep sleep, we are in oneness with Paramashiva and we manifest the dream. In the dream, we are manifesting people. Actually, the people are sleeping, but we are able to create the way we want, how we want, where we want, in whichever notions and ideas that we have, the Icha Shakti, what we have there, it becomes reality in the dream. The same thing can be experienced now if you understand you are consciousness, and this dream can be manipulated as you want, how you want, where you want, in which way you want, and simply by uttering the words, it becomes reality. Such is the power of the words. Beautifully, the great science of Krishna, Lord Krishna, once he was with Gopika and he wanted to cross the river. And he goes to the river and says, if he is a brahmachari, he can walk past the river. And simply the river opens up and he walks past that. Because he lived in consciousness as reality, not just the body, materialistic world. Because he lived in the space of oneness with consciousness as frequency, not as an object. The way you exist matters. If you exist in as frequency, as energy, reflecting in this body, you are consciousness, you are enlightened, you can manifest any reality you want. Your Vak Shakti simply becomes reality. Like Bhagavan says, you enter the Nirvikalpa Samadhi and you can manifest any powers you want. Simply how you have a passport, same way the Nirvikalpa Samadhi is a passport to manifesting all the powers. And you make any reality that you want from thought, word, or action. Bhagavan beautifully says how a person traveling in a train, he carries a suitcase and says he will not keep the suitcase down. But even if he is not keeping the suitcase down, who is carrying it? It is only the train which is carrying it. If he understands, he would drop the box on the train and be relaxed. Same way, Bhagavan says, how we are carrying our mind as though we are doing something in here. It is already happening. That which was making us function in the womb, that which made us function when we were very little and protecting us, the same thing is protecting us and manifesting through us every minute of our life. But we thinking, using the thoughts, trying to fix the life is just like a man carrying the box in the train and trying to say, I am carrying the box. When we come out of all the differentiating notions, the obsessive compulsive patterns, we will simply understand that Paramashiva is real and we can manifest the powers of Paramashiva. Beautifully, in Apta Pramana, the Apta Pramana, Goddess Shakti blesses, gives boons to Meena and Himavat that she would be reborn as their daughter Parvati, Shakti, to them. And beautifully, Meena and Himavat performed the penance for 27 years, fasting and worshipping a clay idol of Devi. And after 27 years, Devi gives a boon. Whatever you want will become reality. She asks that she wants Parvati herself to be born as her daughter. And simply, she was born as her daughter. And this is from the Shiva Purana. Bhagavan beautifully speaks in the Atma Pramana on the Vak Shakti.
Almost not connected to each other. Don't think you are breathing The morning breathing and evening breathing and night breathing is independent of each other. Please listen. The way you breathe in the morning, the way you breathe in the noon, the way you breathe in the night, completely different, totally different. The heat of the exhaling air, quantity goes inside, quantity comes outside, quality goes inside, quality comes outside. Everything is different. But that does not mean each of your breath is independent. Same way. Sometimes you utter beautiful, sweet words. Sometimes you utter defensive words. Sometimes you utter offensive words. Sometimes you utter abusive words. But your walk is one and the same. Please listen. Your words may be different, unconnected. Why do you think people enjoy this big boss kind of reality shows? Because it is so foolish. Morning you behave one way and evening you behave in another way. And night you behave in a different way. You can see very clearly the play of your hormones which is happening in your life, and you can also feel you are not responsible for it. That is why all these big boss kind of reality shows become super hit. Morning the same couple fight bitterly. Noon they try to help each other. Evening they get cozy. Night they cuddle up. Again morning starts the war. Just with the flow of your hormone, your action, your words, your response to life, everything changes. This kind of a reality shows you that reality. Actually, if you fix a camera and in your own room, office, and see your life itself, after 10 days you will understand the fun going on. How completely broken you are. Your words are broken from your actions are broken from your thinking. If somehow we can have a camera which captures your thinking also, that will be real fun. You don't need so many people to run a big boss show. Your own body, mind, words, action, these 5-6 fellows are enough to give you a lot of entertainment. Your body will run in a different direction, your mind will be running in a different direction, your words will be running in a different direction, your thinking will be running in a different direction. All of them, when they meet, there will be a lot of fun. You can see the greatest war, greatest comedy, greatest romance, all the navarasas, 9 emotions between your body, mind, words, emotion and thinking, action. Between this itself you can see all the navarasa going on. Listen, you may be uttering completely different words in the morning, in the noon, in the night, in the middle of the night, in the early morning, but you have something called walk which connects, which is responsible for all your words. Please listen. Listen. You may have fast breathing, slow breathing, shallow breathing, but there is something called lungs which is responsible for all your breathing. Same way, you may be uttering right words, wrong words, positive words, negative words, good words, bad words. There is an organ called walk exists in you. Please understand, this organ is referred by yogic physiology. In yogic physiology, we refer this organ. Still, the allopathy physiology is not able to equate any part to this organ because this organ exists in the cross section of body and mind. Unfortunately, the Western medicine believes body is a biomechanism. But fortunately, the yogic tradition believes body is the sheath of consciousness. kosha, not mechanism. Kosha means living, independent, intelligence, responds to the consciousness. This vak, the organ I am introducing to all of you, please listen. This organ, I wanted to use the word organ so that you understand it exists very solid. Just like your lungs, heart, kidney, liver, intestine, eyes, ears, you have an organ at the intersection of body and mind. It is somewhere between the heart and the throat, in that region. The intersection happens, but it happens in a slightly different places for every human being. But for every human being, it is between the throat and the heart, in this area, where your body and mind intercedes, in that region. This organ exists. The organ is made out of the material of mind, but used in the field of body. Please listen. The base material out of which this organ is made is mind, but it is used in body. See, the heart and lungs, these organs are made out of flesh, skin, made out of the physical matter and used in physical body. That is why Western medicine is able to diagnose it and catch it. There are organs which are made out of mind but used in body. The vak is one of that kind of organ. Please listen. It is not metaphysical, imaginary, hallucination. It is an organ which is inside you, responsible for all the words you utter. Every non-integrated word you utter, that organ gets polluted. It is literally like every cigarette you take. How the every cigarette pollutes your lungs. Every non-integrated word you utter pollutes your vak. Good news is, because it can be polluted easily, it can be cleaned easily. One lie, the vak will get polluted, will be loaded. Just if you complete it, immediately it will be healed. It will be free. Even one lie, one word which is non-integrated. For example, if you tell, now time is 8 o'clock, that's all, it will be polluted because it is not 8 o'clock. And same way, cleaning it also is not a big job. Oh, I withdraw this word which I uttered, time is 8 o'clock, I complete with it, now time is not 8 o'clock, is enough. Because the word corrupts the vak, the word can purify the vak. Understand? The diseases which are created in your body because of wrong breathing can be completely healed by the right breathing. The disease created in your body due to wrong way of handling the body, means the wrong way of sitting, wrong way of lying down, that can be healed by the right way of sitting and right way of stretching. The disease created in your system by wrong usage of the body can be healed by the right usage of the body. The disease created in your system by wrong usage of the word can be healed by the right usage of the word. Understand? The whole science of integrity is based on this. The whole science of Vak Siddhi is based on this. I tell you, whoever thinks they are my followers, my disciples, my devotee, all of you should have Vak Siddhi. That is the gratitude you show for me. And it is not difficult. That is the good news you have. It is not difficult. That is the good news you have. It is as simple as brushing your teeth. As simple as, ध्यान से सुनिए, as simple as brushing your teeth. As simple as brushing your teeth. Just like every morning, how you sit, brush your teeth, clean your body, have Neti, Dauti, Panchakriya. Every morning, every human being should spend at least 2 hours in cleaning himself. Not just physical cleaning. Body external, body internal. Being internal also should be cleaned. Please listen. Not just body external, body internal. Being internal also should be cleaned. After some time, you may not even need a separate time to clean your walk. You will start living integrity as a lifestyle. I tell you, once you master the pranayama, your breathing style itself will become pranayama. Your body language will become yoga. When your body language becomes yoga, how many hours you sit, you will not have back pain. Your body knows how to align itself. Same way, only first few days you need the integrity training. The Vak Suddhi, Vak Suddhi, Vak Suddhi. Vak is the organ which is there at the cross section of body and mind. It is polluted, weakened by the wrong non-integrity words. It is purified by completion.
Beautifully, Bhagavan explains how the completion happens. The Vak Siddhi simply manifest as reality. And how the Vak is an intra-organ which functions just like any other organ. Here, the devotee explains how the completion can manifest as powers. How the Vak Siddhi became reality for her when she started doing completion sessions. Such a beautiful space of oneness you can experience with Paramashiva manifesting the Vak Shakti. What are we going to do today for Vak Shakti? You're going to tell your partner few things that can happen in 24 hours. Doesn't mean it can happen immediately or not. It can happen any time you utter the word. The power of words. As you utter from conscious space, it becomes reality immediately. When you utter from the mind, it is only your desire which does not happen as reality. So, whenever you are in the Nirvikalpa Samadhi, you write down the words that you want to utter to your friend and then call them up and tell them what is going to be expected in 24 hours that they can experience. Even as you do these powers, you can write down something for yourself which can become reality immediately. Like someone calling or something coming, popping up and showing you a mail from somebody. All the details that you can just write down and simply manifest as reality. Anything, yes, anything. If Agastya could drink a whole ocean or Hanuman could move a mountain from Himalayas and freeze time, and all the possibilities, the rishis, munis, ganas, all of them manifested as reality is simply possible for each one of us when we understand we are consciousness.
And we also manifest all these powers in our dream. It's not that we do not manifest. Only we have to manifest in this waking dream that we call it as reality. And beyond the mind, consciousness is real. Whenever we are in oneness with consciousness, anything is possible. It's like you becoming $1 trillion son or daughter. Anything you can buy. You don't have to have any issues. Simply you can buy anything. Same way, you can manifest anything if you know you are Paramashiva. You are consciousness. You are the energy behind what you experience in this body. The body is a space where you can manifest and enjoy. Bhagavan says, body is the microcosm is the unit of the macrocosm. You are an app. Simply the app will start functioning when you give the right detail to the app and install the app. Installation of the app is Nirvikalpa Samadhi, and giving the command is Vaksiddhi, and simply manifesting as what you want as reality. Now write down the detail and we will share it at the end and ask them to verify everything, how you manifest the power of Shakti and share it with the world. Now sit straight with your head, neck and spine in a straight line. Bring Paramashiva to your third eye. If you have Jnananjan, you can apply in your third eye and your temple. And just start unclutching from what you know as your reality. Whatever we are experiencing, nothing wrong with the experience except we are so connected to it. Something disturbs us in different ways. That is what Bhagavan says. Morning we have something, evening we have something, and night we have something. The ideas change, the thought currents change because we don't know what we want, and we are in the space of driving a car without a steering wheel, clutch or a brake. Bhagavan says only root shocks wakes us up. Instead of that, manifesting powers also wakes us up into the superconscious space. So let's experience that by unclutching and connecting to Bhagavan in the oneness space, chanting the Mahavakya. The Mahavakya has the power to raise you beyond your thoughts and make you realize you are Paramashiva. That is why all the great saints, Ram Surat Kumar, Tyagaraja Swami, or Sharada Devi, all of them constantly, including Hanuman, they only did was the mantra japa. Constantly the mantras have the power to raise you beyond what you understand as you. Now let's start chanting the Mahavakya with a deep listening. Chant from your navel center and listen to your chanting. It's a very big key to open up new gates for you to manifest the power of Shakti.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Vani open up, manifest in all of us. Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Paramashivoham, Paramashivoham.
Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Vani open up, manifest in all of us.
Paramashivoham, 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 Paramashivoham.
Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Paramashivoham, Paramashivoham.
Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Vani open up. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam.
Paramashivoham, Paramashivoham.
Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Varni open up, manifest in all of us.
Paramashivoham, 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 Paramashivoham.
Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda.
So beautiful. Please open your eyes and share whatever had downloaded in you. Call up your partner and give the detail. And all these great signs again and again. You already know that's what Bhagavan says. Kalabhairava puts his left leg front because the past has already happened. And you can simply connect to it when you are in oneness with Paramashiva. And then whatever you say, utter, becomes reality because it has already happened. Krishna tells Arjuna, when Arjuna asks, how can I kill everybody? Krishna says, I've already killed everybody. You just make a pose of it. That's all. Understand that Paramashiva manifests through you as reality. And when he downloads in you, it has already happened. You just need to experience and trust that Paramashiva is real. Then simply you'll see each one flowering as reality. It is the power of listening again and again, Bhagavan says, that manifests as greater signs. We'll have one more cycle. Just sit in the Nirvikalpa Samadhi, how you have the deep sleep. Exactly go into the same space, but full awareness who you are. You are Paramashiva. You are the Brahmanya Bahuputratam. You are the favorite inheritant of cosmos. If you are in Kailash Courtyard, be very clear. You are the chosen one to experience Paramashiva's all the powers. So just unclutch from everything. Understand you are not just the matter, you are the energy, quantum. You are consciousness, you are Paramashiva. Just hold that space of Paramashiva and whatever gets downloaded, just share it with the people and you will simply see how it is so real, much real than what you speak to a person. Vak Siddhi is making us understand much more than what we perceive and think and talk. This is more clear and more vivid than what we experience in our dream. So let's start chanting the Mahavakya with a deep feeling connection. Just melt yourself in Paramashiva with a deep gratitude again and again. Simply you will raise as Paramashiva and manifest the power of Shakti. Chant the Mahavakya from your navel center with a deep listening. Let's start.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Paramashivoham, Paramashivoham,
Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pool, let the Vani open up, manifest in all of us.
Paramashivoham, 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 Paramashivoham.
Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Paramashivoham, Paramashivoham,
Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pool, let the Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Paramashivoham, Paramashivoham,
Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Varni open up, manifest in all of us.
Paramashivoham, 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 Paramashivoham,
Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda.
Beautiful. Please open your eyes. Whatever Paramashiva has manifested and whatever you have written down, which becomes reality in 24 hours, please go ahead and share it in tinyurl.com/power manifestation. You can see all the posting in Kailash Courtyard Manifesting Power group or pages, and you can like it, share it, and you can comment on it. All this is not social media work, but enriching and causing. The more you enrich and cause, especially Bhagavan says, extreme power manifestation is extreme causing. And simply you get liberated when you cause others reality. More and more, when we manifest powers, more and more we can experience the oneness with Paramashiva. Let's surrender all this powerful cognition and power manifestation to Bhagavan's lotus feet, thanking Bhagavan from deep gratitude. And don't forget to tag it to your friends and families. If you see the $sign, you can offer your contribution to Kailasha. Thank you so much, Ark and Ma Lakshmi Ma, for contributing to Kailasha at Bhagwan's lotus feet. Yes, whatever you contribute to Bhagwan's lotus feet, you are building the Kailasha in your inner space. Again and again, that is why in temple, all the temple, the first thing you see is a hundi. It's not to collect money, but collect your space of Kailasha and make you Kailasha itself. And each one of us growing into Kailasha is the ultimate bliss and ultimate purpose of why we came and why we are experiencing all this higher consciousness. So such a beautiful space of surrender and thanking Bhagavan, and with a deep gratitude to each and every one of you here manifesting the collective consciousness, conscious sovereignty as our reality. Such a beautiful space. Let's hold the deep earning Paramashiva is real in our word, thought and action. And Paramashiva, seeing everybody as Paramashiva. With this powerful cognition, let's end this session with the Purna Mantra. Om Purnamada Purnamidam Purna Purnamudashyate Purnasya Purnamataya Purnameva Vashishyate Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Hari Om Tat Sat Sarvam Bhagavate Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam Paduka Arpanamastu. Om Nithyanandam. Thank you everybody for being here, manifesting the powers. After the next darshan or satsang, you can join the Kailash Courtyard manifesting power session for more power manifestation. Thank you, Nithyanandam.